Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
See, because he's the guy.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Just getting everything squared away to begin our afternoon of court watch with the Tennessee versus Chen case. Turn that music down just a teensy bit. Big shout out to Kim R, who is first in chat this afternoon. Congratulations, Kim, with the dolphin. As the first person in chat, you're punished for your promptness. In fact, we are going to sentence you to internet ownership. You're responsible for everything IP related worldwide until, of course, we go live again, which will be tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's gonna be it's gonna be tonight. We've got the podcast, and it's got a good one. Thomas just confirmed we've got some guests lined up, so it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Regina Crawford, thank you very much. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Regina, for kicking that off. Diane Cook, Andrea Clark, KT Lady, Bama Girl, and AKA the Cat Lady. All great people received those gifts. Thank you, Regina. I love seeing some more OGs start to show up in that gifted list again. For some reason, the algorithm just was not giving to the OGs
Thank you,
before.
sir, my new best friend.
Oh, you're welcome. Was not given to the OGs previously, and now it's starting to find them again, which is good. Maybe my complaint to YouTube helped. Right, everyone's like, but still not. Well, give it time. It might happen. Welcome, everybody. Come on in, have a seat. We're going to be going back to court in just a moment. The judge says we're going to start again at 1:15 or 1:30. So we've got about 11 minutes to begin. Anna Banana. I almost said Anna Banana. Sorry, Mr.
Happy
Bones
birthday.
is in the way.
You look good.
Thank you, Judge Fleischer. Happy birthday to you as well. I mean, it's not, but on either count. I almost called you Anna Banana. Was here earlier but couldn't chat. Wow, testimony just breaking my heart. Anna, yes, absolutely. Aside from the upbeat moments when people gift memberships, which has just been the highlight of the day so far, it has been very difficult testimony. We have the medical examiner has taken the stand. He is still going to be on the stand. As a matter of fact, let me pull up my notes here. Just 1 second. Let's see. Taking a bunch of notes on him. He's our 14th witness. Day 4, witness 14, Dr. Stephen Cogswell. The thing about him, he's both a medical examiner and he is a forensic pathologist, which I believe there are only like 5 in the state of Tennessee that are both. So he's got that extra credential that looks absolutely great on his wall and applies here in court, where he's been able to share his opinion about the crime scene as well because of that additional training and expertise he's got. So good stuff there, but it's been very difficult. We're right in the middle of discussing all the injuries, and by all I mean 60 some odd injuries that were on Jasmine Pace's body when she was found triple bagged in garbage bags and stuffed in a suitcase and left on the side of the river. So very difficult testimony. The jurors have been paying attention. We imagine there will be questions from the jurors at the end of this, and there's no better person to answer these questions than Dr. Cogswell. He is phenomenal. He's a teacher, and it shows. He's very good at explaining. His voice, we can hear him, even though the audio in this courtroom is not the best. He's good at explaining. We can understand. He explains things quite well. And between that and the very impactful showing of different items of evidence, whether it's the tip of the knife that was broken off inside her lung, or the handcuffs and shackles, or the carpet itself with the bloodstains. He's really almost put us so we can see the crime scene from the evidence and the description. So I think that's going to be very beneficial to the jury. I don't know how the defense is going to handle this because he has been so methodical and so precise and so exact in the sharing of this testimony. There has not been room for an objection yet. This is the first witness we have that really is just chipping away at that defense that it was not premeditated. He's carving away at that defense, and the defense had no leg to stand on to stop it. It's been meticulous and it's been effective. So we'll see how that continues this afternoon as that starts. The broken chain on the shackles, that was very telling. You don't put two shackles on somebody if the chain is broken. Okay, it just doesn't stand to reason that the other ankle would be shackled if the chain between them was not. So it sounds like most definitely that chain was connected at one point. I don't think that it would have been broken as he tries to put her in the suitcase. That doesn't stand to reason. But hopefully we'll hear a little bit more about this. There's our jury chairs. They're not there yet. They've got a little bit of time before they'll be in here, just a couple minutes actually. But I think some of those chairs are squeaky, and we hear them move as jurors recline and sit up in their chairs and lean forward and stand up as the judge is encouraged, so they can get a good view of all this evidence. As some of it, the courtroom is full of evidence. There are paper bags, there are boxes all over the courtroom. Almost every surface is covered with them. The floor has the carpet spread out, a huge tarp. They've got the suitcase in boxes. They've got all the different swabs. They've got the knife point. I mean, just the shackles. The courtroom is littered with evidence, and it's being used quite effectively. Let's see. The whining dog chairs. That's what they do. That's what they do. Looks like the judge is back on the bench. We're just waiting for possibly the defense and then, of course, Mr. Chen before we can begin. Thank you, Josh. We'll go ahead and pin that witness explanation. We are right here. Day 2, part 2. So the first witness up is going to be, once again, Dr. Stephen Cogswell. And he's really good. He is, I mean, I'm not just saying he's good for this trial. He is really, really good at what he does. This guy, and realize, yes, he's an expert. Okay, he's been certified as an expert. He is not getting paid the $760 an hour, $750 an hour to testify. This is his job. He gets salary for this. Now, I hope that in his future, as he retires from this medical examiner position, he may be able to go on and make bank in courts, explaining as clearly as he has in this one the facts of different cases where he's actually brought in as a hired professional, because I think he would do phenomenal at that as well. But this is basically just another day at the office for him. He says he's done over, what? He said between over 5,000 and under 10,000. He puts it around 7,000 autopsies, with probably about 100 or so, maybe a little under 100 of them being from stabbing deaths. So he's seen a thing or two when it comes to this type of crime. Let's see. See if anybody has any questions I can answer before we kick things off. We've got about 5 minutes before we expect the judge to call everybody to order. He definitely can paint a picture. He's very good. It's phenomenal when you get somebody who is both very good at their job and very good at teaching and explaining what they do. Often, especially in the world of academia, did I say that right? People that are at the top of their game shift to the vernacular of the expert, right? So they're using the technical terms and forget to dumb it down for the rest of us when they're explaining it to somebody who's just, a lay jury member, who hasn't done this for a living. But he does so well. He uses enough specifics and technical terms that anyone who has an experience in that area knows exactly what he's talking about. And he also, wraps the explanation around so we understand, just as somebody who has no experience in that area, what he's talking about. So I know I'm praising him a lot, but he is doing really, really good. Morning recap. It was just been this witness. That's all we've got. He explained a lot. I know you guys asked for a soundbite. About an hour into this morning's live stream, the doctor was on the stand. He was testifying about the amount of blood that's contained in a human. He said basically Jasmine would have had about 4 liters of blood in her. And then he's describing how much blood that is. And he says, you can paint a room with a gallon of blood. Think of a gallon of paint. How much paint could you spread around the room with a gallon of paint? He says you can paint a room with a gallon of blood, and that's the soundbite you guys wanted. I'll work on that. But if she were to lose just 20% of that blood, so basically just less than 1 liter, that's enough to render her unconscious. If she were to lose 30% of that blood, so about 1 liter, maybe 1.25 liters, 1.5 liters in that area, that's enough to kill her. That's enough to cause death. So when he describes that, and he says, if you find an area of blood that's this big, no, sorry, it's not fitting on the screen. That's a lot of blood. But 4 liters, think of that. Painting a room with blood, there's got to be more blood somewhere else. And that's why he says that the spot on the carpet was not where she was first, not the only place she laid when she was stabbed. There's got to be blood somewhere else. And I think it's probably going to be found on those 4 rolls of Bounty. What are they called? Bounty. I cannot remember the term for the paper towels. There they are. Boom, paper towels that he purchased at Walgreens. Did they find paper towels? They found a couple in his car, but none with blood on them. Anyway, so how did I miss that soundbite opportunity? It was there. 4 liters is approximately a gallon. Red Pen, if you're looking for that, I show it was between 56 and 59 minutes. And if you're scrolling quickly, he holds up his hands in a circle to describe an area.
Thank you, sir, my new best friend.
An area in front of him, and that's sort of like where I was going to scrub to grab that soundbite. All right, so that's how the testimony began. What's been taking the most time is the wound summary, as we've been going, starting at the head, at her head, and working our way down from the scalp cut, the linear wound to a vertex of her scalp. The very top of her head had an injury, the 1 3/4 inch stab wound above the eye, the stab wound to the left eyebrow and into the eyeball itself, the 1/2 inch irregular stab wound, lower down. That's the center lip stab that hit bone and was deflected. The 3/8 inch stab to her chin. The large number of stab wounds to the side of her neck and her head, the right side of her head with a stab in the inside wounds that don't go very deep, that would bleed a lot but were not fatal. Neck injuries that did go deeper and cut through more muscle but didn't go all the way down to the bone. The stab wound that completely penetrates the neck, comes in, actually, I think it came in the right side and came out the left. It cut the larynx, it cut the jugular, came out the other side. It basically it would have made it virtually impossible for her to speak at that point. Just so many injuries that he's described in detail. With the edge of the cuts and how the knife would have shifted and moved and why it shows up. But this has been some really, really difficult testimony to listen to. But he's painting a picture, and I think it's necessary because the state, all they really need to prove at this point, the one thing they need to prove is that this is premeditated. That's their goal. He's admitted to everything else. We know that Jasmine is dead. We know she was the victim. We know that he killed her because he admits to it. The only thing that they need to prove now to get that, to be able to secure that conviction, is that it was premeditated. And these cuts showing which ones happened anti-mortem, before she was dead, which ones happened peri-mortem, around the time of her mortem, around the time of her death, and which ones happened post-mortem. If we get to those, I don't think we've heard anything about that yet. I don't know of any post-mortem injuries, including the bruising. Bruising is important. Bruising on her wrist, where the handcuff was. That is very important. If she was dead at the time he put those handcuffs on her to get her body to be in the position it needed to be in to fit inside that suitcase, which is tight, there would be no bruising there. Those handcuffs had to be on when she was alive to have bruises in that area.
Families know the answer. I let the jurors know that I'd like to work at least 1 of 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. I let them know we work when they want to.
Oh, wow.
But they need to let us know how how many days they're willing to work the next, as far as including Sunday and Monday. They sent a note out that says, do the parties have an updated estimation on the trial's completion date, or is the approximate completion date still next Wednesday, total duration 10 days? The jurors have all agreed they would like this coming Sunday off. So, I'll say this, I think the state indicates they will probably rest sometime tomorrow, likely. So we're not asking for anything definite as far as scheduling.
We might be
the
working the weekend.
We're going to have deputies here for the Saturday part of this as well. Beyond that, I'll leave it up to y'all to let me know how long you expect your proof to last.
Well, let us assess that.
Okay. All right, yeah, we'll bring it up again first thing tomorrow morning with the jurors. Get that answer.
Maybe approach anytime.
Yes.
Okay, they're going to approach the jury. It looks like the judge sent a note to the jury and said, "Hey, just heads up, we've got to work sometime this weekend. Realize Monday is a holiday, right? It's Martin Luther King Day." So he says it's going to be either Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. Which day do you want to work? And the jury, before they responded, they did say, "Well, Sunday's out for us, but before we choose whether it's Monday or Saturday, where are we on the schedule?" It might be that they don't need to.
All right, Dr. Cogswell, if you could retake the stand, please.
Medical examiner back on the stand. Frosty Jen, thanks for the gifted membership. DSN, thank you for the super sticker.
From earlier this morning, we'll ask, typically witnesses are advised not to talk about their testimony. I'll follow on a break and just make sure that you talk about your testimony with anyone during this last lunch break.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring the jury when they're ready.
Okay, Mr. Chen first, sir.
Yes, they stay the whole weekend.
That's what I meant to say.
I know.
Okay.
I thought that.
Do we get paid holiday pay for Monday? So we'll wait for an answer from the jury. It looks like it's either going to be Saturday or Monday. There's Mr. Chen. We get a chance to see Mr. Chen during some of this upcoming video, upcoming presentation. And take a look at his eyebrow and his eyelids. There are times he looks at the desk a lot, but every time there's a new picture shown, you can see from the lighting change in the room, he does appear to be glancing up at the pictures. As far as Monday goes, we're going to follow what the court does. If the court chooses to be in session on Monday, we will definitely do that. If there is some breaking news or something and the court's not in session, we might be alive for that anyway. Yes. Yes, I just add whatever multiplier you want for holidays and weekends, Josh.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back to lunch, George. I did get your note about your question regarding the estimated completion date of the trial. We'll know more about that after we finish today, see how far we get. And I think we'll have a much better idea of that sometime tomorrow morning. We'll let you know at that point, okay? Dr. Cogswell, you may under.
Thank you, Doctor. Before the break, explained this on the screen. In your autopsy report on page 4 of 5, you describe the heart vasculature containing no blood. What is the medical significance of that observation?
Well, that is an empty vascular tree. That is all of her blood, with the exception of that noted the 10 milliliters of blood, which is basically a thumb-sized syringe full, is no longer there. So basically her vascular tree, her heart, her arteries, her veins have been drained. So all of her blood is, with very little exception, that which it, again, what's in the capillaries in the big toe is still in the capillaries in the big toe, but the bulk of her blood is no longer in her body. It is drained out of her body.
In essence, how much are we talking? What kind of volume?
Well, again, we're looking at about a quart and a half gallon, just for her to die, but she's got about 4 quarts of blood, so about a gallon of blood is her total blood volume. So you're really looking at 3, probably a little more quarts of her blood is outside of her body, has come out of the wounds that she has suffered.
Is that caused by her positioning post-mortem?
Yes, sir. She's allowed now to drain because we have wounds that are open to the outside, and the blood that's in body cavities, specifically the chest cavity, can drain out through that wound. The blood that's in the vasculature can drain out through the ruptures of the jugular vein, the axillary arteries, the ulnar artery in the hand or in the wrist. So all that is draining out of her body, and so that's why we're getting a large volume of blood basically on an area of carpet or within the apartment.
Thank you, sir. Part of your autopsy examination, you examine the contents of the digestive tract.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
What were your observations during that examination?
If we go to the normal internal exam portion of the autopsy report, that is not the injury exam, we've got only about 15 milliliters, which is a few tablespoons of tan fluid that doesn't have any food in there, recognizable food, no pills, no medications, and no odor of alcohol.
Are you familiar with the odor of alcohol?
Yes, sir.
That's
Do you
important.
come across that odor from time to time during your autopsies that you perform?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long does alcohol persist in the stomach?
Typically, if you're drinking on an empty stomach, the alcohol will be partially absorbed in your stomach and partially absorbed in your small intestine. And we can still smell the alcohol in your stomach even a few hours later in many cases. In cases where the stomach has been completely empty of alcohol, it's all moved down into the small intestine, a faint odor may persist, but usually not.
And in this case, are you able to draw a conclusion regarding alcohol consumption?
Certainly there was no alcohol consumption in the immediate time prior to her death, because again, we don't have any breach of any internal organs other than that right lung, and this is all vascular injury.
Thank you, sir.
There goes another part of the defense story.
Conducting a visual, olfactory examination of the stomach contents, do you do anything to confirm those observations?
We do toxicology, but we don't do it typically on gastric contents unless we're suspecting a poison or something like that. But we will do it on blood. And again, with an empty vascular tree, the amount of blood that's left in her body to test is relatively small. And basically the toxicology test came back as a negative drug screen, negative alcohol.
Is the report of the examination that is done on the quantity of blood that you submitted from Ms. Jasmine Pace attached to your autopsy report?
It is.
Going now to that document, Is this the report that was submitted to you from NMS Labs
Yes, sir, it is.
regarding the examination of whom?
Jasmine Pace.
Now, it says at the bottom that there were no positive findings, none detected is what it says. But it references that you need to see an additional detailed finding section for additional information. What does that tell you based upon your years of experience conducting thousands of autopsies?
Well, the toxicology laboratories, when they test, there's no such thing as a true negative, that there's absolutely not anything there. What they have is something below detectable limits or below reportable limits. And this gets into basically, is this number reliable? And they have, over the course of decades and really almost a century of testing, we know what the lower limit of detectability is, reliable detectability for certain substances. And if we have basically it looks like an EKG tracing, if you will. It runs through the machine and you get blips, and depending on where these blips come for time, that tells you what that substance is, and then that gets confirmed by a different test. But if there's a little tiny peak, but it's not up to where it needs to be reliable, it won't be reported. We'll just say, yeah, it may be there, but it may not be there. We can't say reliably, so we're going to say not detected. So the rest of the toxicology report tells you what we tested for, or what NMS tested for, and what their reporting limit is, so that you know that whatever it is that may or may not be there, it's at least that much if we've said we found it. If we don't find it, or we say not detected, then it's below that reliable level. Because there's always a little bit of noise in these testings, especially when someone is starting to decompose, as Jasmine Pace was, because she'd been dead for a while. So even though she's still relatively fresh, she is starting some internal decomposition. So there's some noise in that little blip tracing, if you will, that comes out of the instruments.
Specifically, sir, the second page of the NMS reports indicates that testing was not performed for THC and what appears to be metabolites due to interfering substance. Can you interpret that for us?
That's typical of what we'll see when we start to have decomposed or not the greatest specimen. It may be mixed with some fat or something like that, depending on how clean, if you will, the draw is. In this case, it was clean blood, but it's kind of decomposing slightly. And so finding interfering substances is not unusual in that case, because as we start to decompose, we create a huge number of very complex compounds that will also broaden out those peaks or blunt those peaks or make it impossible to say, yeah, okay, it is THC in this case or not THC, but we can't really be sure, so we're just not going to test that because there's too much noise in the background to this. So, and that's not uncommon. We'll see that in, I'd say, probably about half of the decomposed cases that we have. One or another test won't be able to be run because of interfering substances. And this is an insurance policy, basically, to say, if we say it's positive, then it really, really is positive, and you can count on it. So that's really all that means. The test wasn't run. She may or may not have had THC or marijuana metabolites in her system at the time of death.
Moving down towards the bottom, can you please describe to the jury what this portion shows?
Well, this is, as I was referring to a little bit earlier, this is the list of what NMS tests for and what their reporting limits are. So, for example, if we say amphetamine, if it's below 20 nanograms per milliliter, and that's that NG/ml, if it's at a concentration lower than that, it will be reported as negative. Same thing holds for all the rest of these tests. And this shows the test protocol, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, or what we call ELISA. And the alcohols are tested by a different protocol using headspace gas chromatography. Ultimately, it all sort of comes out with the long trace with the little blips on it. We use time to tell what's coming off, and then the height of the peak tells us the concentration that it is. It's actually fairly simple, but at the same time, the instrumentation is quite complex, and if anything shows up as a peak, then it has to be confirmed and quantitated by a different method rather than doing the same test over again, just to make sure that it really is what we're saying it is. So you notice there are different units, nanograms per milliliter, milligrams per deciliter, and occasionally micrograms per milliliter. These are all the different units that have been established as reliable lower limits of detectability. And so pretty much every a university or a universal standard among the toxicology laboratories.
So if there was any substances in Jasmine Pace's blood above the threshold limits that you see listed there on this second, I guess, panel, did I call it that, panel of testing?
Trying to fix the feed here.
It's the report of what tests, what specific tests were done.
And those specific tests that were done, if they were greater than those quantities listed, we would have seen that on the preceding page.
Correct.
But none more.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Now, Doctor, you examined Jasmine Pace's lungs.
Yes, sir.
What were your findings concerning her lungs?
The right lung, of course, had a stab wound into it. Her left lung, well, actually both lungs, but more prominently left lung, had what we call aspirated blood. And that's blood that's being inhaled into the lungs itself. And it leaves a pattern that we call leopard spot pattern, because it really looks like leopard spots. Because what's happening is the blood is getting into the little air sacs in the lungs, and there's blood in each one of those air sacs, and it creates a spotted pattern. So aspirated blood means that there's active inhalation at the time that the blood is coming down into the lungs. If it's post-mortem and blood is coming down into the lungs, there's no active inhalation, so it doesn't get out into the airways, and it certainly doesn't create a spotted pattern. It just would flow down gravitationally, and we would have essentially a line where the blood would settle to in a dead lung, dead person's lung.
We try to keep the news relevant.
In a person's lung that's still attempting to breathe, then the blood is carried with the air into the individual air sacs, and that creates the spots because blood is darker than air.
Are you able to draw a conclusion between the observation of the aspirated blood and any of Jasmine Pace's injuries?
Well, yes, sir. She's bleeding into her airway, and again, we have that perforated stab wound in the neck. She's bleeding into that airway, and she's still trying to breathe.
So she was alive?
She was alive at that time, yes, sir.
How long, based upon your observation of the number of injuries, the locations, would it take for someone to succumb to those injuries?
This is not a rapid death. This is a death over the course of at least some minutes. It's hard to say exactly how long because heart rate has a lot to do with it, and obviously the more stressed you are, the faster your heart rate is, so your heart is pumping more blood and at higher pressure, and if you already have breaches in your arteries, you're going to bleed faster. The other thing is, as you start to bleed to death, then there's less pressure behind not only your arteries but also your veins, so the bleeding actually slows down. And so this is, at best, we can estimate some minutes, but it could be significantly longer. This is certainly not a half-hour event, but it's also not a half a minute. So we're in comfortably around the few minutes, I would say, most likely less than 10 minutes and probably less than 5 minutes, assuming that all these stab wounds are inflicted in a short space of time.
Do you believe, based upon your observation of
The same blackout.
Color of the injuries, do you believe that to be the case, that they were inflicted all in a short period of time?
Certainly, they're clustered, as you saw, in a relatively small area. And there is not only the multiplicity of them, but they show differences in coloration. So we sort of have a pathway or an example of antemortem to perimortem to getting close to postmortem, just based on the coloration of these injuries. So some of them we know occurred antemortem, particularly the ones in through the throat where she's aspirating blood into her lungs. We know she's alive then. And so we can kind of use that as a benchmark for an antemortem wound. And then as we get to some of the more yellow-based wounds, more and more those are getting closer to her time of death as she's bleeding to death.
So some of them were early, some of them were potentially several minutes
Yes, sir.
into the stabbing and incise wound infliction.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the cause of death in this case with reasonable degree of certainty?
Yes, sir. It's multiple stab and incised wounds.
As reflected on the first page of your autopsy report.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, sir. Nothing further. Cross.
Cause of death, multiple stab and incised wounds. Defense is going to try to claw back some ground here.
You didn't witness the events leading up immediately after the sequence death, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And that's why you perform an autopsy, so you can figure out what happened.
That's one of the reasons, yes, sir.
And when you perform an autopsy, you put the body in the anatomic position, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you put the body face up.
Correct.
And that's the position in which you measure the knife entry and exit and the angles.
On which particular wound, or are you just talking about in general?
In general.
Depending on where the wounds are, it could be with the decedent in what we call supine, that is face up, or prone, face down, or on their side. In this case, obviously, with the majority of the wounds on her right-hand side, the measurement of depths is most easily done with the wounds up. Now, in the case of the stab wound that penetrated into the lung and the blade broke off, that was with her body actually supine, that is on her back, with the chest plate removed so that I could get the internal organs examined.
And in this case, when you're performing this autopsy and looking at these knife wounds, would you say It's impossible to tell the position of the defendant and the decedent relative to each other, which you know.
It says defendant.
I can tell the directionality of the wounds, but as to the relative position of the two individuals, there's only a limited amount, because if you're going to stab somebody, let's say on the right side of the body, and you're both standing there facing each other, and you're left-handed, then you can stab on the right side of their body. On the other hand, if you're coming up on them from behind, both standing up, now you need to be right-handed and stab this one. Or if you reverse your grip where the knife blade is coming out here, you can still do it left-handed. So the idea of I can look at a wound and tell which hand the person used and how they were standing, there's only limited cases in which you can actually do much with that, because you have to know the relative positions of the two people, as well as how are you holding the knife. And because there's a lot of different ways two people can be oriented, as well as multiple different ways to hold a knife, all of those have to be taken into consideration.
At the end of your testimony there, you talk about how long Jessica Face might have been alive. It sounded like more than 30 seconds and probably less than 5 minutes. Is that fair to say?
That's fair, yes, sir.
But that's the time of death. The time of unconsciousness could be different.
Well, in fact, she may have been unconscious before she was stabbed. There's no way to tell that from an autopsy. But if we're talking about just bleeding, roughly half of that time period, she would be potentially conscious.
So would you agree that some of the stab wounds that you observed would cause instantaneous unconsciousness?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
There's 2 or 3 wounds in particular. Do you know the order of the wounds as they occurred?
No, sir, I don't.
And that's not part of forensic pathology. There's no way to determine which one's first and which one's next.
Occasionally we can do that. I won't say that's not part of forensic pathology, but it's simply not something that can be done in most cases. In some cases, yes.
The stab to the neck, that could have caused unconsciousness.
It doesn't actually damage anything that is required for consciousness. So there's nothing that says it has to cause unconsciousness, like, for example, a crushing skull fracture would cause unconsciousness.
What about the stab underneath the arm that goes into the lung?
The same thing applies, because, again, sharp force injuries cause death by bleeding to death. That's their mechanism. And until you have actually bled enough of your blood volume out so that your brain no longer gets enough oxygen, you can remain conscious. Well, the exception is if the knife directly damages, or whatever the sharp force is, if it directly damages the central nervous system. So the brain or spinal cord. In this particular case, there was no damage to the brain or spinal cord. So it's simply bleeding to death. And however long that bleeding to death takes, you will remain conscious until your brain runs out of oxygen, and then you will lose consciousness and proceed to death.
But what are the jugular vein and larynx, the wounds to the neck there? That would cause rapid blood loss, wouldn't it?
Again, jugular vein is large volume but low pressure. It bleeds, but it does not bleed rapidly. Arterial bleeding is more dangerous than venous bleeding. So this is not like it shows on TV or movies where someone's throat is cut and they collapse within a matter of a few seconds. That's not how that works. So no, that would not necessarily lead to unconsciousness. There's no physiologic reason for her to lose consciousness rapidly from any one of these stab wounds.
In your autopsy notes, you said there was multiple stab wounds concentrated in critical areas of the neck and chest.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then we had talked about it just a moment ago, but the injuries to the right lung, that would have caused rapid respiratory failure.
That would have caused collapse of the right lung. The left lung is still there and is still functioning, although it is getting blood aspirated into it. But again, this takes time. This is not a rapid sequence of events.
And when you were, you had motion to the jury that you indicated that you had put your arm to the head, and that's where those wounds on the right hand are coming from?
That would be the left hand?
I'm sorry, you're right, the left hand.
Okay, yes, sir. In the position Jasmine Pace is found, she, again, is in that fetal position, and the majority of the wounds, in fact, almost the totality of the wounds, are on her right side of her face, right side of her neck, right shoulder, right upper back. Her left hand is free, and her left hand in that position, as you saw in the photographs, is up in this area. And the wounds on her left arm are primarily right there on her hand. The wrist, the hand, and actual stab wounds through the hand and through the wrist. So the position, if we bring all of these wounds into a cluster, then her left hand would be easily or logically placed here. Does it have to be? No, it doesn't. But then we have a group of wounds that is out here somewhere, where her hand is not where the stabbing is occurring. So then we have to have a different incidents or incident, multiple incidents or a single incident of stabbing that hand. Now, if the hand is here, then there's a whole lot of stabbing going on right in that area that's approximately this big. And if her hand is in there, then it's going to get stabbed too. If we move her hand away, well, then we have all this stabbing, and then we have to also do this stabbing. And this could have occurred first, before this cluster of wounds, but it's most logical that her hand is in this position because all the wounds are clustered in that area.
But you're not identifying that as defense wounds?
No, sir. That's not really a forensic pathology term. Not really, no. It's frequently used in court, but it's one that forensic pathologists tend to stay away from.
You didn't find any significant injuries to Jasmine Pace's lower legs?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that would suggest to you, in your opinion, that there was no effort to flee or evade?
The lack of well, we always say absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So the lack of a finding doesn't tell me anything.
Would you agree that the cluster nature of the wounds indicated a rapid series of strikes rather than a prolonged attack?
Yes, that is most likely.
Mr. Weiss is out of his league here.
If the attacker here was in the heat of the moment, would the injuries appear as they do here, clustered and frenzied?
That's certainly consistent with not only the number, but also the clustered nature and the pattern of the wounding, not necessarily the wounds, but the wounding. So yes, sir, that would be consistent.
The suitcase was found by the banks of the Tennessee River.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be a moist area, right?
It is.
It's going to be wet, there's going to be moisture, and that's going to be able to get into the suitcase.
To some degree, yes, although it was somewhat supported, I believe, on brush, brambles, so it's not actually laying in water.
Oh, and I don't want to give the impression that it was in the water. It was not in the water. It was on the side of the ledge. water and moisture can change the appearance of wounds as the body decomposes. Is that right?
To some degree, yes, sir.
You noticed that the fingers, the hands, the feet had the immersion changes?
Correct.
I never heard the term before, but washerwoman skin?
Yes, sir. That goes back to probably a century or so ago. I'm old, so I do remember stuff like that. The women who would hire out to wash people's clothes frequently had wrinkled up hands like that because that's all they did. Their hands were immersed in water and soapy water constantly, and so they would almost constantly have skin that looked like that.
And it's when your skin gets all pretty, right? That's what we call it in my house, pretty.
Yes, it's pruny skin.
Why does the skin do that?
What we're doing actually when that happens is we're losing the oils in the skin. And that's why you put the lotion or moisturizer, etc., to keep the tone of the skin. When you're immersed in water, then you lose some of those oils and the skin becomes waterlogged, really. And so we lose some of the oil and the skin itself gets a bit swollen. Waterlogged is really, I think, the best way to think of it. And it gets softened, and as we know, it can sort of, if you get really intense immersion changes, you can actually start peeling a little bit of your skin, the outer layer, and that will occasionally occur.
Now, I want to talk about how the immersion, the pruning, or whatever we're going to call it.
Pruning is good, sir.
Might affect an incision or a stab wound. Prolonged exposure to water can cause the edges of the wounds to appear more open and exaggerated than less than time, right?
Actually, it's the reverse. Because the prolonged exposure causes the skin to lose oils, but at the same time become more edematous. It tends to spread not open, but closed.
It doesn't cause curling?
It causes curling if you have a wound that is on a surface that has a thick layer, palms and soles basically, you may start curling. But as you saw in these photos, on the hand wounds themselves had that very pruning contour to them. But the other wounds on her torso, head, and neck, they look pretty much like a normal stab wound would look, at least to the forensic pathologist side. There's no real distortion to the edges of the wound.
Well, I didn't see any inversion on the neck or arm. I only saw the inversion on the lower extremities, right?
Well, and this is, we don't get that effect except on areas where we have a thick layer of keratin, and that's our palms and our soles, because we walk on our feet and we do things with our hands, and we have a lot of thick skin here. That's the whole purpose for having that skin that thick, but that skin is multiple layers that don't have blood supply to them. That's why we can peel our skin off. Don't really want to, but you can. And you're not going to bleed from that because there's no blood supply there until we get down to the actual base of the skin. So what that really is just multiple layers like pieces of paper that are protecting the underlying soft tissue from the damage from picking stuff up and doing everything we do with our hands and walking along. People who walk barefoot all the time, especially walk barefoot outside, have very thick soles of their feet for that very reason. And construction workers have much thicker skin on the palms of their hand than, say, an accountant or someone who just sits in an office all day. Or a lawyer. Or, well, some pathologists who just use microscopes.
Or a lawyer.
Going back to water moisture on the wounds, can that distort the natural shape of the wounds?
Not to any significant degree.
What about the size of the wounds?
Again, not to any significant degree.
So we talked a lot about that blood edge that you can see on some of the wounds. Would the water or moisture make those appear more irregular?
Once the blood that we're seeing there is blood that has escaped the capillaries. It is now in the soft tissue. And so it's percolating between the cells. If you think of a brick wall, basically, all our cells are like the bricks, and the mortar is where the blood is trickling in there. So you can flush blood out of a vessel with water pretty easily, actually. But flushing blood out of the soft tissue in between the cells is not so easy. It tends to stay there. Now, if her body stayed in water long enough to actually start really decomposing, like for example, if she was found in the river after that period of time, then we can see leaching of the blood from the wounds themselves. She's not at that stage of decomposition yet. She's still pretty early. So if we have, for example, someone who's been pulled out of the Tennessee River or a swamp or something, and they no longer look like themselves because of decomposition, those wounds will have a different appearance, and that we won't see that blush of hemorrhage in there because the water will have leached that out. But in her case, she's damp, she's moist, but she's not immersed in water. So we don't have that effect.
Would the moisture affect, or would it be hard for you to determine the original depth and dimensions of the wounds, or would the moisture not have any effect?
Dimensions of the wounds, it has minimal effect. For depth, the problem with doing depth in stab wounds is that unless you have some rigid structure like bone, people are compressible. And if the knife blade is pushed in, we don't know how far it's pushed in because you can take a 3-inch blade and push it 4 inches deep because people are compressible. On the other hand, if you have a rib cage to stop it, then that's a more reliable depth. The other problem is if our internal organs are relatively fixed in position but not completely, particularly things like lungs. Lungs have to move around inside the body, that's their job. Intestines and other things will move around inside the body too. So if I'm leaned forward and I'm stabbed in the front, my lungs are actually farther forward than they would be if I'm laying on my back. So now the apparent depth that's measured when I'm on my back is greater than the actual depth of the wound. So trying to deal with depths in stab wounds, and you'll notice that for the majority of these, there's no depth given. It's a description of what internal organs and structures were injured. And the reason for that is because of that mobility, and because if I say, oh, this wound was 4 inches deep, and we have a knife that's only 3 inches long, then it's easy to say, well, that knife couldn't possibly have done it, but in fact it could have. I have actually seen in my career stab wounds that were almost twice the depth of the knife that was left in them. So I know that knife actually caused that wound. So that's why measuring depths of stab wounds is sometimes helpful, but it has to be used with caution. But as far as the dimensions, the length, again, if we have a nice, cleanly defined stab wound where the blade goes in and straight out as much as possible, that can give us a good idea of the cross-section of the knife, how wide the blade is, how thick the blade is, whether it's got a blunt edge. But for the majority of stab wounds, they don't go in and straight out. They go in and there is some relative motion on the way out. So virtually all stab wounds, even the ones that we call stab wounds and don't say stab in size, have some incised component to them. And so again, those dimensions, those are not absolutes. And the other confounding factor to that is, as we know, skin is stretchy. And we can change the look, the character of a stab wound depending on its orientation relative to the elastic fibers in our body. These are called Langer's lines after a surgeon by the name of Langer. We've all seen people with big, ugly scars from surgery. And mostly this is from trauma surgery. And those are the scars that cut across Langer's lines so the elastic fibers pull them apart. And those are the real ragged, ugly-looking wounds. A good surgeon is going to cut along the line so that the elastic fibers just go right back together. And so that will change the look of a stab wound. So all of these things can modify the look of a stab wound, and out of all of that, way down on the list is moisture. So it's really not going to make a difference.
I should have asked this earlier on. You said there's 60 wounds, correct?
Yes.
And that combines both stab and incise wounds, correct?
That is correct.
How many stab and how many incise?
I don't know that I've ever separated them out that way. Because of what we just talked about is that most stab wounds have an incise component to them, at least a little bit. And many incised wounds have a little bit of a stab component to them. Typically, we lump them under just sharp force injuries. But as far as actually separating them out, because it's not really that critical, there are some that we know are stab wounds, like the ones that hit the large vessels. That's pretty easy. The one that broke off in the lung, we know that's a stab wound. But others that are just going into the muscle, there's going to be a stab component to them, maybe a little bit of an incise component. Others are going to have more incise than stab. So part of that is a stab can turn into an incised wound if it's not accurately placed or if there's motion. So what may be an intentional stabbing motion may simply turn into an incised wound, and vice versa. An incised wound can turn into a stab if the other person isn't where they're supposed to be from that context.
Especially if it's coming at a quick frenzy stage.
Certainly.
So during your examination and on direct, you noted yellowing around some of the stab wounds?
Yes, sir.
And yellowing around the skin can indicate reduced blood flow at the time of day.
Well, it's actually in the fat, but yes.
And when blood flow is significantly reduced, it may suggest that the individual had already been incapacitated or deceased.
Well, it tells you that there's not much blood flow in this area. And if there's not much blood flow, then there's not much blood pressure or there's not much blood. And at some point during the loss of blood, yes, you are going to die. And so those wounds won't have bleeding into them, or they'll have very little bleeding into them.
When the yellowing of the skin does not occur if the blood flow is normal, though, that kind of thing.
Correct. And again, I don't want to be pedantic, but it's the fat that we're talking about.
I don't know if that's what
I know you.
I'm not a doctor, so I'm just trying to keep up with you.
I'm responding on the burner
Does the
phone.
presence of yellowing support some of the wounds were inflicted after significant blood loss?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
You said that the cut to the jugular is a large blood flow, but it would be slow because of low pressure.
Right.
If the blood flow decreased rapidly, however, that would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe or with less surrounding areas. Did I say that correctly? That makes sense? Let me rephrase that.
Please.
If the blood flow decreased rapidly, again, not talking. If the blood flow decreased rapidly, this would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe, right?
are having less bleeding into the soft tissue surrounding them. Yes, again, as blood flow progresses, we're going to see less bleeding into the, I said blood flow, excuse me, blood volume decreases, we'll see less bleeding into the surrounding soft tissue. As to the length of time that takes, it's going to occur in the same order, but the time frame is going to be flexible depending on how quickly the bleeding is taking place. But again, jugular vein bleeding is vein bleeding, not artery bleeding. So it's going to bleed more slowly. And it's actually more amenable to pressure being applied to help stanch that bleeding. Arteries are a lot harder. And particularly if we're up in the axillary arteries, you can't put a tourniquet on that because the injury is actually above where the tourniquet would apply or could be applied. So that's going to be uncontrollable bleeding. The best you can do is press in that area and try to slow it down a little bit, but it's bleeding under pressure, so there's going to be a spurt with every heartbeat.
So, again, we're going to talk about the yellow, the fat.
Yes.
I got it. The pattern of the yellowing of the fat around these wounds, that doesn't appear to be a methodical infliction of injuries, does it?
I'm not sure what you mean by methodical.
It's not someone's intentionally trying to set a pattern.
I don't see a pattern of wounding here from the standpoint of go down one side, come back up another, or in a circle. I don't see that here. I see almost a randomness to it, but still a cluster.
So we talked about perimortem, antemortem, and when wounds can be inflicted. So would you agree that perimortem injuries can sometimes be difficult to distinguish from postmortem injuries because the body tissues might still be responding to trauma shortly after death?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you were actually asking.
Because you're stupid. No, sorry. Did I say that out loud?
Well, again, antemortem is we know this person is alive. Postmortem is we know this person is already dead. Perimortem is in between those two. And it's all on a continuum. There's no rigid separations between them. So saying this one wound is definitely antemortem, that's possible to do. This one wound is definitely postmortem, that's possible to do. This wound looks more antemortem than postmortem. Now we're in the perimortem category. And again, there's not rigid distinctions between them. So I'm kind of unclear what it is that you're...
Let me kind of lay a foundation there. Okay. You didn't notice in your report any postmortem wounds.
That's correct.
No postmortem.
That's correct.
And when you're evaluating a body for postmortem injuries, there would be a lack of bleeding or tissue for that to react. Am I saying that correctly, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Would prolonged exposure to moisture or decomposition obscure the distinction between ante, peri, and postmortem?
Well, again, if we have immersion, total body immersion, then yes. And if it's there for a long enough period of time, both of those, if taken to an extreme, significantly farther along than Jasmine Pace's body was, then those factors of the decomposition and the moisture, the wetness, could affect it. But in her particular case, she's not immersed in water, she's simply wet. And she's not very decomposed, she's only in very early decomposition. So both of those factors that you're alluding to would have an effect if she were either found totally immersed, submerged in water, or she was significantly decomposed. But in this case, neither one plays into it.
So when you observed these wounds, none of them were healing, none of them were clotting, were they?
I'm sorry, the last word, clotted? Clotted. No, they were not.
So the absence of any clotting or healing would mean that none of the injuries were inflicted long before then, right?
That is correct. These are all what we would describe as contemporaneous, that is inflicted around the same period of time.
With the body in the light state of decomposition that it was, did you have any trouble or was it challenging to determine the timing of the injuries?
Timing as in their timing relative to each other, or?
No, the time they were inflicted, not at the time of the
You mean time since death, or?
Time since death.
Or time since from wounding to when body was examined? I'm not clear on...
Let me try that again. So the timing of the injuries from when they were inflicted until when you viewed them, okay? How might the light state of decomposition or moisture
Passage of time.
This autopsy challenging?
How does the passage of time impact the autopsy?
I understand what you're saying at this point. In this particular case, there's minimal interference by the stage of decomposition or the wetness of the body, because given the cold temperatures that surrounded this time in the year, her body's remarkably well preserved. And so the decomposition is, again, very early. And at a very early stage of decomposition, there's very little alteration in wounds or internal organs or structures. It's almost like what we would consider a fresh autopsy. There's a little bit, very, very little bit of difference in what we see, but something that we're used to as forensic pathologists. This is not anything that's really challenging at all, to use the phrase. So from the standpoint of the wounding, time since the wound was inflicted to the time when the autopsy was done, that goes along with the stage of decomposition. And in this case, the decomposition, again, is very, very early. So that has more to do with what the wounds look like, the decomposition does, than any of the moisture or any of the rest of the factors. Because again, you saw the photos, and although you're obviously not used to seeing dead folks, she looks fresh, or very close to fresh. There's a little bit of decompositional change here and there, but for the most part, it's not an issue. Actually, for the all part, it's not an issue.
I'd like to talk to you about the handcuffs and shackles that you found during your autopsy, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't observe any significant injuries to the decedent's wrist, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And if you had, that would be consistent with struggling?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And during the autopsy, you found rust marks on her wrists and ankles, or ankle?
Yes.
And that's probably because those handcuffs were exposed to moisture?
Moisture, blood, and again, they're cheap handcuffs. These are not the typical law enforcement stainless steel, heavily chrome-plated handcuffs. These are cheap novelty, mild steel, very easily rustable items.
And I think you said on the rack you get these from places like Spencer's.
I use that as an example of a novelty store. I've never been to handcuff shopping at Spencer's, so they may not carry them. I don't want to disparage them.
Spencer's like, they're not ours.
Something similar.
These are handcuffs that you can buy at I think you described it, any novelty type store.
Or I'm sure Amazon will be glad to sell them.
Amazon throws them under the bus.
Ligature marks are impressions in the skin where we're actually compressing the skin and squeezing the underlying fat to leave a permanent or relatively permanent mark, depending on how deep it is. We typically will see these in hangings. And what you see is the skin becomes sort of waxy and is a sort of a yellowish, waxy look to it, because what we're seeing now is the compression of the skin, and we're seeing through it to the underlying fat. And as you saw, the underlying fat is yellow. So we see this yellow, waxy shape to it, where the skin is actually indented. And again, we typically will see these in hangings because you have a fair amount of weight pressing on them. Anything that is less than that can be called a ligature mark, but unless it's fairly permanent, it's probably best to just describe it as what it is, an indentation or something similar, an abrasion if it is an abrasion, or a mark, patterned abrasion or impression. Impression is sort of the mild form of a ligature mark.
You didn't note any ligature marks or those types of abrasions in your report, did you?
I did not.
Do you know if those handcuffs and shackles, if they're a set, or do you know if they're from the same manufacturer, same brand?
I have no idea. The only marking on them is made in China, so there's no brand name on there.
One of the pair of handcuffs had a key attached to it.
It did. In fact, 2 keys.
And then both the handcuffs and the shackles had a mechanism on them that allows for any safety.
I believe only the handcuffs. My recollection is that the shackles did not. They were slightly different design.
But the jury can always go back and look at those exhibits.
Yes, I may be incorrect, but I believe that's the case.
We had seen, I'm not going to bring it up, Exhibit 204 that showed the rusting on Jasmine's wrist. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did it show any bruising?
No, sir.
The actual handcuffs themselves, what is a striation? You know.
A striation is a form of a pattern injury, and it's caused by a man-made object that has a regularity to it. If, for example, we all have serrated knives at home. And if you take your serrated steak knife or whatever it is, and you scrape it sideways across butter, so you want to scrape up a little bit of butter. When you scrape that knife sideways across the butter, holding the blade upright like this, you'll get those little curls of butter, and you'll leave the ridges in the butter.
I'm so glad you didn't say margarine.
The same thing occurs in bullets when they're fired through a gun. The rifling mark, the rifling in the gun's barrel leaves striations on the bullets. So striations are any sort of regular groove pattern that we see. We can see it in nature, particularly shark's teeth have striations to them, but that's not terribly common.
Did you examine the handcuffs or shackles for striation marks?
I'm not sure what it is that you're...
So there is, if a knife hit the handcuffs, that would make a mark, wouldn't it? Or it could?
It certainly could. That wouldn't necessarily be a striation. That would simply be a stripe mark on it, unless we have a serrated blade. So to answer that question, no, sir, I did not. I did not see any marks that would appear to be made by a knife striking a handcuff.
When you say the depth and trajectory of the wounds indicate consistent force in a short time frame?
I'm sorry, what was the modifier of force?
Sure. Force, consistent.
Consistent, as in they were all delivered with roughly the same amount of force? Is that? No, there's actually some that are quite shallow and some that are quite deep. So the force is fairly widely variable. If we assume that we're dealing with the same knife, then it's going to have the same sharpness on the point and the same edge. So depending on whether we're striking bone or not, if we use the same amount of force, we would expect it to go through muscle and soft tissue to the same depth. And since we have some that are pretty superficial or shallow and others that are quite deep, I would say there's a variable amount of force being exerted.
When you said, when we were looking at the carcass, you said that the body had to be rolled over, or could have been rolled over.
Yes, sir, I believe it probably was.
Did you go to Jason Chen's apartment?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know what room Jasmine Pace was killed in?
I do not.
Is it possible that she could have died right there and then rolled over on her back from the fetal position to the supine position?
Generally, people don't roll when they're dead.
If that's the case, then if she was dead, then how would she roll? I'm not clear.
If someone moved.
Oh, she could be rolled.
Right.
Yes, okay. I was going to say dead people don't move themselves typically, but I understand if you're assuming that she's not in a fetal position and then was rolled and placed in a fetal position.
So it is your belief that she had to be moved immediately after the stabbing for that blood to go on to the carpet light?
Or at some point after the stabbing. Because again, there's only a few places that have easy access to the outside world, if you will. And those are primarily the stab wound through the neck and the stab wound that goes where the blade breaks off in the lung. The others are damaging vasculature deep inside with the exception of that ulnar artery. Now that, of course, is going to bleed because, as you saw, it's got a very easy access to the outside world. So she's basically going to have blood inside of her that can now pour out. So at some point, and she may have been still alive when she was rolled onto that side, but had not yet bled to death. I can't tell you when in the sequence she was placed in that position.
And you can't tell whether she was conscious at that time?
No, sir, I cannot.
You didn't find any abrasions or bruises that would indicate prolonged dragging or grappling?
No, sir.
Because if she was moved from one room to another, you might find abrasions or scratches that would show her being dragged, right?
Yes, they might be there. But again, we're back to the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So lack of a finding doesn't tell us anything.
Doctor, are you aware that they never tested the blood from this carpet?
I'm not aware, sir.
You can't say definitively then that that is Jasmine's blood. Technically.
No, sir, I can't. No.
Stand up if you want to. You said her head was about right here?
I believe it was in this area.
And then the body is right here?
Yes, her back along here, her buttocks down here, the legs coming up here, foot down here, and arm here, in that general shape.
All the stab wounds were on the right side.
Correct.
And all the blood would have come out the neck, under the arm, on the right side.
Correct.
Why is there so much blood down by the lower extremities? Why is there blood where her feet?
Well, again, we're losing, or she's losing, a couple of quarts of blood, and they're being absorbed into the carpet.
Why are they going all the way down there and not staying up towards the top of the torso? It's a flat surface. It wouldn't roll down. The blood wouldn't roll down a flat surface. Right?
No, it's not going to roll down, but you're on an absorbent surface. So if she's basically covered in blood and still bleeding, then we can get a pattern like this.
Is your conclusion that she was in the fetal position based on the fact of how you found Jasmine in the suitcase?
It's a good question.
No, it's actually based on the likelihood of where the stab wounds are clustered. And again, we have an area that's not much bigger than a piece of paper. If we just say chest and shoulder and neck, where all of her wounds are clustered, with the exception of the left arm, but the left arm itself, again, is free. So if someone is just standing there and they're upright and not in a position, a constrained position, then I would expect to see stab wounds all over the body. And there would be stab wounds to the front of the torso and the arms and the back of the torso. And this is how, when we see people being stabbed to death, it's a very active thing, because nobody just sits around and lets someone stab them. They try to run, they try to get away, they try to grapple, they try to do. But in this particular case, we have 60 stab wounds that are clustered in an area approximately this big. And the most logical way that that happens is if she is in the position as found, as I noted in the autopsy report, because in that position, all of those stab wounds and incised wounds and stab and incised wounds can be easily inflicted without having to roll her around and a lot of movements. She can stay in that position and receive all of those stab wounds. And because of that, that's the most likely position she was in when her stab wounds were inflicted. Now, can I say categorically she absolutely had to be in that position? No, I cannot. But in order to then get all those stab wounds, you have to very carefully wait until she's in a position where this side of her is exposed, and only stab then. And that really isn't terribly logical or consistent.
So it's a coincidence that the position that you found her in the suitcase is the same as that she died.
Can't hear him.
I don't know that that would be considered a coincidence. It's simply a lot easier. If she's already in a fetal position, then she's a lot easier to move into a suitcase than. So I don't really see that as a coincidence. That's simply consistent with.
What is rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles after death.
How long does that take?
It depends is the correct answer. The books will give you all kinds of numbers. And times when you'll start to see rigor mortis, and then rigor mortis is full 8 to 12 hours after death, and then it starts to fade after about 12 to 24 hours, and then by 48 hours it's gone. That is extremely variable. And the reason we laugh at it as forensic pathologists is the books and the TV shows all act like that is in a rigid time frame. The sequence is the same, but the time can be widely variable. And things that affect rigor mortis are things like how much exercise were you doing? How much lactic acid is built up in your muscles? Because that's what stiffens them. What is your muscle mass? Little children don't develop rigor mortis very well at all. Their rigor mortis, even full, is very weak because they have little muscle mass. Same thing with the little old ladies. People who are very bulky and robust and muscular, they may develop rigor mortis a lot faster. And it takes longer before it fades away, or what we call lysed or broken. So the amount just inside the body of change that can be produced on the timing of rigor mortis is pretty wide. Then we introduce environmental changes to it. And if you have a lot of air blowing across you, rigor mortis will set in quicker because your body cools faster. If you have a lot of clothes on, decomposition, including rigor mortis, will set in a lot quicker. There's a lot of the variabilities. Are you on carpet? Are you on a hard floor? Are you on bed? Are you covered up? Is it cold? Is it warm? Is it humid? Is it dry? These are all the variables that will affect the timing of rigor mortis. The stages all pass through the same set of stages, but the timing of them can be widely variable. So what it seems like in books and manuals and on the television is pretty misleading, actually. But it is basically the stiffening of muscles after death.
You don't know the length of time between her Jasmine's death and when she was placed in the suitcase.
That's correct, I do not.
It is possible during that time Jasmine could enter into murder, right?
Yes.
And that would have made it difficult to place her in a trash bag.
Or easier, depending. If someone is already in a very compact position, it's significantly easier to slide a compact, relatively almost football-shaped object into a trash bag than someone whose arms and legs are askew that you've got to try to pack in there and break the rigor mortis, that is to actually not break the bones, but loosen the muscles enough so that you can bend them. So if she's already in that position, she's in a nice compact position, and it would probably be easier to put her in a trash bag.
What about into the suitcase?
Well, again, if she's in that nice compact position and the suitcase is large enough to fit her in, then it's actually a matter of simply lifting her and placing her in the suitcase in much the same way that at autopsy, I lifted her off of the trash bags and placed her over on the autopsy table so we could move the trash bags.
Are you able to determine whether or not the handcuffs strike that?
So strike that. It's possible that chain broke when he tried to lift her body using the chain, if that's something that happened. That could account for the break in the chain. He struck that question because he knew the answer. He's going to say, yes, I believe they were on.
Was she still in rigor when she was taken out of the suitcase?
No.
And I know I asked you timing, and it's all very nebulous. Are you able to tell when it ended?
No.
Are you familiar with the term overkill?
Yes.
What is it?
That's a term that is common in popular media. It's not typically used by forensic pathologists, but basically what it means is that more wounds are inflicted than are required to cause death. And the psychologist's version of this is that overkill reflects a passion of some sort, an emotional event where they're angry with the person that they're killing, and so they beat or stab or do a lot more damage to that person than would simply be required to cause their death. And the theory is that because knives and fists and clubs and other blunt instruments and sharp instruments are more personal, that's why overkill is not frequently done with firearms. Because with firearms, you shoot them a couple times, they're dead, and that's it. It's relatively dispassionate. But in a passionate encounter, especially with knives, it's sort of a release of the anger in the same way that beating the pillow or whatever would be done to release all of that pent-up hatred or whatever that emotion is that's causing you to try to kill somebody.
You say anger, but there's a lot of different emotions and feelings and the heat of passion, right? You can tear. Objection, Your Honor. Please approach.
Whoa. A rare objection during cross-examination. That's interesting. Yes, I have a game on my phone, and it's a Wild West slot machine game. And I click a button and it can just play. I probably, like most of you, find this testimony to be difficult to sit through and focus on. It's pretty depressing, and so I like to have something that sort of takes me away from that while I'm still listening. So yes, I'm playing a game. And texting Weather Watch, she was sending me pictures of some delicious, a spread of salsa that's about to get smoked in a smoker, things like that. So yeah. I think the game's actually part of a poker game, but I just like that it has a casino slot machine thing on it. What's this one right here? I'm not very good at it. I typically run out of chips shortly after I try, and then every day they give me new ones. Every day I log in, they give me new ones, and then I run out of those. So, not good. Larly Annie, thank you for the super chats, by the way. It reminds me to ask people to click the like button. Thank you. We're already up over halfway to the 1,000. We like to have 1,000 per live stream. It's just like a benchmark. It's all we ask, and we do. It is free. It's free. Take advantage of that and click the like button. That'd be great. No, it's not courts. The court's that boring. It's that it's emotionally heavy. And we've got a lot of people have sent me stuff on the burner phone that needed to be read and or responded to. So, also caught up on my email in that time. I want to let you know I've got a brand new, as of today, a brand new YouTube partner manager. So I'll schedule an appointment, but he's booked all the way out already. He's booked until the 21st, maybe the 22nd. So I'll get to meet with them to pass on my concerns. Playing a Lego game on PlayStation while listening, so I get it. It's a long sidebar, considering this is a cross-examination, and the state objected. I usually go with the idea that the person who gets the talking to at the end of the sidebar is the loser, as the judge is explaining why they lose. It's hard to tell. was the state there for a minute. Now he's back on defense. It was pretty funny when the defense almost asked if the expert, the doctor, had an opinion about whether the handcuffs were put on prior to death, and he immediately said, "Strike that! Forget that I even asked the question." Hey, Miss Pepsi, just got your text. Well, at least it told me it came in, but no, it's not loading. All right. With this witness, well, if they're going to take a minute, let me explain this. When defense got up, I was curious about how it was going to go, because sometimes the defense attorney can really push around a witness and bully them, and you see in their volume and the pace of the questions how they sort of cut off the answers, and it seemed like the defense was trying to get to that point. But as soon as they cut him off for the first time, the doctor immediately said, "Excuse me," and in that moment, I got this visual image that the doctor is the alpha dog, and he just marked the territory, which happens to be the defense attorney's leg. And he's like, "I'm the alpha here. I decide who does what and when and how." And the defense lawyer's sort of been good since then on. He's like, "Oh, okay." He's listened to all the answers, even the ones that were a little bit lengthy. He's patiently sat through. But the visual image of this witness peeing on the defense attorney's leg, I think was appealing. Yes, there you go, Lobo. Now we know his password.
Dr. Cogswell, the type of excessive injuries you observe are associated with excitement, correct?
Typically, yes.
And
let's focus.
You tend to see overkill in situations when the attacker is excited, correct?
Again, typically, yes.
Let's focus on the excitement and overkill.
Do you believe that this was overkill in this case?
Well, again, this is not something that forensic pathologists, and particularly I, use as a usual term. There are certainly more injuries that are required to inflict death. And in fact, the injuries are not particularly, for the bulk of them, the injuries are not particularly life-threatening, but we do have a reasonable number of these injuries are significantly life-threatening. Certainly, they're all going to cause pain and they're all going to cause bleeding. The whole overkill thing is best addressed, I think, by the forensic psychologist as opposed to the forensic pathologist. And while we see these sorts of cases and they're labeled overkill, that's delving into people's minds is more of a psychiatry thing than a pathology thing.
Let me go back and ask you a couple questions about those handcuffs and shackles. Could they have been used to draw the body into a smaller position? Smaller than the fetal position that was already there?
Oh, smaller than the position as found? I don't believe so. The handcuffs, of course, just have a very short chain, 3 or 4 links. The shackle has a much longer chain, but that chain was used only on the right arm, and the right wrist was already shackled, or already handcuffed, rather, while the left arm was free. So it seems to me it would make more sense to attempt to attach the left arm to the ankle rather than the arm that you've already got attached to the ankle.
So the right arm was attached twice, once with a chain, once with a handcuff.
Is it possible? That's really my question. You weren't there, I wasn't there. Is it possible that that handcuffs or restraints could have drawn or could have made the body more compressed?
Well, certainly it's possible. As we always say, all things are possible that do not violate the laws of physics. As to whether they're likely or not, it just doesn't particularly make sense to do it that way. That doesn't mean that's not what happened.
One of the last things that you talked about on the record was the toxicology report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you indicate that THC was not present, but in the toxicology report, as we saw, it says that there was an interfering substance, and so it wasn't one. Why didn't you notice that or mention that in your report?
Well, because I don't have any value for THC. I don't have a positive or a negative. So it's, again, I don't have any data, so the toxicology screen is negative.
But lack of evidence is not evidence of anything, right?
That's absolutely correct. I can't tell you categorically that Jasmine Pace did not have THC in her system, nor can I tell you that she did. We don't have any data for that. And so if you don't have any data one way or the other, it's a negative test.
Is it conclusive? Not negative, right?
Well, the toxicology report as...
Just in regards to the THC.
Well, just regards to THC, it's not even inconclusive. It's simply the test was not done because it could not be done.
So the test was not done. Now, that was negative. We don't know if Jasmine Pace had THC in her system scientifically, right?
Right. That's what I said. We don't know whether she did or whether she didn't because we couldn't test for it.
Because there was an interfering substance. Do we know what the interfering substance is?
No.
What could it?
It could have been any one of a dozen or maybe even 100 different decompositional products. We simply don't know. That's not something that the toxicology lab is going to chase down because it doesn't really matter what the substance is that's interfering. It's enough that there is an interfering substance. It doesn't help you if you know that this chemical name of this interfering substance or substances, and more likely to be more than one. That doesn't help knowing that because you still don't have the answer to your question about THC.
You used the term I'm not familiar with, decomposition products. What is that?
Well, when we decompose, things break down. And for alcohol, for example, is a very good example of this. After we die, the bacteria in our gut will create alcohol and also consume alcohol, depending on which bacteria. We have probably half dozen or so different strains of bacteria in our intestines right now. Some of those will use alcohol as their fuel. Some of them will create alcohol as a waste product. When you start to decompose, those bacteria are released from your intestines and they travel through your bloodstream or through your vasculature. You don't have a bloodstream anymore. And that's what creates that marbling look that we see in decomposition. Prior to that, just the enzymatic breakdown of cells will release a lot of products that are within the cell. And enzymatic breakdown is the first step before decomposition. And this is what is called autolysis or autolysis. Auto meaning self, lysis meaning break. So the body is literally digesting itself. And because of that, that's when we start to get into the decomposition from the intestinal bacteria. So in a dead person who is decomposed, we may get alcohol positive on a toxicology test. But that alcohol may be just from bacteria, or it may be alcohol that they drank. Typically, if it's above 0.10, we can be confident it's alcohol they drank, because even the decompositional alcohols that have been seen over the decades in cases, they don't rise above 0.08, but so we have the fudge factor of 0.1. But there are other compounds. We have hundreds of compounds within our bodies, and as to which one is causing the interference, it could be multiple.
Well, you kind of jumped ahead for me, but let's go ahead and right where you went. So about the alcohol, you had said on the record that you didn't smell any alcohol, correct?
That is correct.
But you did send, I think you took, how many bottles of blood did you take from Jasmine Base?
Only the one.
Why only one?
That was all there was. Remember, her vascular tree was empty.
So how many milliliters, or is that what you would measure it in?
That would be a 10 milliliter tube. This is, when you get your blood drawn, the big tubes that are about the size of your index finger, those are a 10 milliliter tube. They come in 10, 7, 5, and on down. The little ones that are used in hospitals. We only use the 10 milliliter tubes. And those tubes have a sodium fluoride preservative in them. The reason for that is that stops any enzymatic reaction within the blood. Certain things and compounds, particularly like cocaine, for example, will continue to break down spontaneously in the blood until you get it into a gray top tube, which breaks that spontaneous degradation, so it preserves the parent cocaine before it goes to its metabolites. Alcohol, same thing. If we've got some decomposition, then the blood that we're sucking up into the tube also has some of that bacteria in there, and they will continue to change the concentration of alcohol in the specimen. So that's why we use the gray top tubes. In this particular case, as I noted, since the vascular tree is basically empty and I couldn't get any blood out of any place in there, I used the blood that was still in her right chest cavity, which would have been the blood that came out of her right lung. But that was enough to fill a tube, a tube.
Council, approach for a moment, please.
Judge calls possibly a break. Wow, that's loud. Possible break here. It is only 3 o'clock. Defense is not getting the mileage they want. They've had some good questions, but I don't think they've been able to gain any ground here. If anything, they've lost it. I do have to say thanks for all the people who have been subscribing lately. We've seen an increase these last few days of people subscribing to the channel, and that helps us as well. We are now at, if you want the absolute latest and greatest, 63,330. So we're 3 away from 63333. But the answer where he says, why did he only take 1 vial of blood? And the doctor says, because that's all there was. That's all that was left. Everything else had drained out of her. That's insane. Mary, I'm writing a response to you.
the toxicology report?
Yes, there is.
And it looks like the tube that you used, it had a mass volume of 5.75 milliliters?
Correct.
And that's all the blood that you took from Jasmine Pace that test? That you could have tested?
That I could, yes.
And so 3 different tests were performed, weren't there? Or I guess only 2 of 3 tests were performed?
Correct.
And we've already talked about THC. I don't want to go any more into that. But let's talk about Alyssa. It tested for all these other drugs. And why did an interfering substance mess up the mass spec, but didn't interfere with Alyssa?
Well, the answer to that is in your question, because these are 2 different testing protocols. So we have, this is HPLC, tandem mass spec, and all of these tests are run using ELISA, and all of these tests, the alcohols basically, are done using headspace gas chromatography. And so these are 3 different test protocols. And so then each protocol is defined as the best screen for these substances.
There are interfering substances in the blood, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, or if you have knowledge, whether or not that substance would have affected this test?
Well, no, because the ELISA tests are reported as not present. It's not reported as interfering substance. If there was an interfering substance on these or on these, we would have had the same note, testing canceled due to interfering substance. So again, we're looking at 3 different things. It's kind of a Ford, Chevy, Dodge. You know, we've got, just because your Ford doesn't have this particular part doesn't mean that your Chevy or your Dodge is not going to have that part.
I understand. Thank you. So let's talk about the alcohol. And that test was done with gas chromatography, right?
Correct.
And that test for alcohol came out negative.
Correct.
But you said the way a body decomposes, the bacteria in the gut might create alcohol.
Yes.
It might also consume alcohol.
Correct.
Talk more about that, please.
Well, again, decomposition, like anything else, is a spectrum. There's not 2 stages. There's not fresh and decompose. As we die, we start to first autolyze, and then we start to decompose. In this particular case, Jasmine Pace's body is at the borderline, basically, of autolysis to decomposition. And again, as I noted before, she's got some very, very early signs of decomposition, but she is not decomposed. So she's at early decomposition stage, which would be basically autolysis. That's where we're just breaking down the cell walls and releasing everything inside our cells. With decomposition, we don't have to create alcohol. And in fact, much of the distinction between whether you create alcohol or consume alcohol, whether your gut bacteria does that, seems to have a lot to do with your diet. And the toxicologist will jokingly say it depends on whether it was chili night last night. So that is a widely variable thing. You don't always see it, but when you do see it, again, anything less than a 0.10 is probably going to be decompositional if they're sufficiently decomposed. And that's going to be at a state significantly more advanced than what Jasmine Pace was.
But the extent of decomposition can be influenced by numerous factors, right? So the amount of time, obviously.
Yes.
The temperature.
Yes.
And so if this is the week of Thanksgiving in November of 2022 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, it's fall, it's cool out. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes.
And then other environmental conditions, and here the only other environmental conditions is we're adjacent to the Tennessee River. Is that fair?
That's at least where her body was found. Where it was in between then, I don't know.
Would being in a suitcase affect, or in a trash bag in a suitcase, having an effect on decomposition as well?
Certainly it will from the standpoint of external factors. Much of our decomposition has to do with flies, and flies lay eggs and maggots start to eat us, etc. And that's when we get into a bloated, putrefactive state. Again, we're nowhere near that yet. So the cooler we keep a dead body, and the more isolated from the outside environment that dead body is, the slower decomposition occurs. And this is exactly why at the medical examiner's office, all of the dead folks are in plastic body bags and in a cooler on stainless steel trays, because those are all the factors that will reduce the internal temperature of the body as quickly as possible and keep the environment away from it. So all of these things that you mentioned do affect decomposition, but in this case, we're not really dealing with very far into the whole decompositional process.
Alcohol also has a half-life in your body, right?
If you're alive, yes.
If you're not alive, does alcohol not dissipate?
Eventually, as the alcohol gets broken down by the decompositional bacteria running rampant, and again, we're at the bloat stage or even beyond, alcohol will tend to drop off because it's created and then it's used up. So the things you're talking about are far beyond the state of Jasmine Pace's body.
Well, we're talking about not just decomposition, but we're also talking about the length of time as well. So if Jasmine Pace died on November the 23rd, and you didn't do your autopsy until, was it December 1st? December 1st. That's about a little over a week, or 8 days, correct?
Correct.
And during that period of time, or the longer that period of time goes, the less likely you are to find alcohol, or alcohol will be detected.
No, sir, that's not correct. Because you're looking at decompositional alcohol in someone who is not really very decomposed. So it is not unusual at all. In fact, it's expected that even in someone who is bloated with decomposition, they're all turn multiple colors, have marbling, etc., and are no longer recognizable. I'm going to get alcohol on a toxicology test. So alcohol doesn't just go away.
But the fact that you didn't find any doesn't conclusively prove that she didn't consume alcohol the night that she died. Right?
There's no alcohol in her blood. So she would have had to have died before it was absorbed into her blood.
And had she had a few glasses of wine, how long would it have taken her body to absorb that alcohol?
Well, typically with alcohol, you process and eliminate about 1 drink per hour, depending on your body size. In her case, because she's very small, she probably would not be able to eliminate more than 3/4, maybe even as low as a half a drink per hour. And a drink is defined as 1 glass of wine, 1 can of beer, one shot of liquor. They all contain the same amount of actual ethanol. So in the scenario that you're postulating, she would either have to have just had the alcohol before she starts to absorb any of it from her stomach and then be stabbed to death. Or she would have to drink the alcohol and stop drinking, and then at least an hour later, get one glass of wine, and at least an hour later, probably closer to an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours, be stabbed to death. So if we have drink a glass of wine and half an hour later be stabbed to death, then that alcohol is going to be in her blood.
So if she had a glass of wine and it was, or maybe even 2 glasses of wine, it was 3 hours later, it's possible that there would be no alcohol in her system.
It's possible that she would have eliminated that because, again, the general rule is 1 drink an hour, and that will allow you to absorb the alcohol and eliminate the alcohol, but it depends on size. And so you have to factor that in. In her case, I think your scenario of 2 drinks in 3 hours, that probably would reduce her alcohol down to at least almost nothing.
Well, that's, so we were talking about reporting rates. I assume this ethanol means, in layman's terms, drinking up alcohol that you drink?
That's correct.
10 milligrams per deciliters. That's the limit of the test, right?
Right, that's the lower limit.
So you can't say that Jasmine had no alcohol in her system. It could be that Jasmine didn't have enough alcohol in her system above the reporting limit, correct?
Which then is a negative test because the lower limits are there for a reason. It's because below that limit or below that concentration, you're in that noise zone and you don't know whether it's there or you don't or not.
She could have had 2 milligrams of deciliters of alcohol in her system. It's possible.
Again, all things that don't violate the laws of physics, et cetera, it's possible.
And that doesn't violate the laws of physics, right?
It does not.
And it doesn't violate...
Objection, Your Honor. If you ask the question, the witness gets the answer. Let him finish the answer, Mr. White, then you can follow the question.
My apologies.
If her alcohol level is at that concentration, that is a negligible concentration. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason that blood alcohol levels for DUI, for example, are set where they are. Other European countries, some of them set their DUI level at a 0.02. And remember, this is, when we're talking about these milligram per deciliter, that is not the same as a blood alcohol concentration. So when we talk about a 0.01, that is 100 milligrams per deciliter. And so the number that will be reported would be in milligrams per deciliter and also additionally as a BAC, the blood alcohol concentration.
So her blood alcohol content could have been
0.08, which would be the legal limit in Tennessee, would be reported as 80. So there's a big difference in units because the there's a big difference in numbers, excuse me, because the units are significantly different.
So you say, are you done?
You had talked about strangulation, correct?
Yes.
And you had shown a picture. You said that you could not determine one way or another about manual strangulation, correct?
That's correct.
You wrote this report in this case,
I did.
and the report was accurate to the best of your ability,
Yes, sir.
and as thorough as you can be.
Yes, sir.
I don't think anyone would ever question you on your thoroughness, right?
I would hope not, but it could happen.
And it was complete.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't made any updates or supplements to this?
I have not.
Well, in your report, you used the word unremarkable a lot. What does unremarkable mean?
Unremarkable means exactly that. There's nothing different about this particular thing that is unremarkable than in every other random normal autopsy. Basically, it's saying normal. But there's, of course, a variation of normal. There's a normal range for things like organ weights or what they look like. But
so if you look at your external examination, second paragraph, how do you describe the neck?
The neck is unremarkable. There's a reason for that, and the reason is very specific because, as I mentioned earlier, in the autopsy report, we don't want to have anybody reading that report have to hunt through the whole document to find the important things, the things that are associated with the death. So if there's something that's associated with the death or is significant, that goes in the injury section. Everything below the injury section, from here down, is assumed to be that person prior to the injury event, whatever the injuring event was. So when I say this is unremarkable, that's unremarkable, that means this is the condition of that person absent the injuries.
Now, we just said your report is going to be accurate, complete, and thorough, right?
Yes, sir.
Where can I find anything about manual strangulation in your report?
You can't, because again, I'm going to report what I see, what is there. That's not a report for speculation or supposition or anything that might be but isn't provable or demonstrable. So could there be manual strangulation? Yes. Do I have any data to tell you that there was? No. I have, as noted in the injury section, abrasions and contusions of the neck. That's all I can do with those. I can't tell you that those are associated with manual strangulation or any other kind of non-sharp force injury other than these are blunt force injuries of abrasions and contusions or bruises. But I can't tell you what those mean because I don't have enough other data. So if I don't have enough other data, I can't call it a manual strangulation, but I can say I see these things. And the interpretation of those is something that doesn't belong in an autopsy report unless it's documentable and is something that can be diagnosed from the findings. Because all that is a medical report that has the observations, the findings, and the diagnoses. It doesn't have any sort of what if.
Again, not a doctor. Contusions and bruises, are those kind of synonymous?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Did you find any contusions or bruises on the front side of Jasmine Pace?
No, not on the front of her torso. The side of the torso, yes.
So what, that contusion, could that have been caused by falling on an object?
It could, yes.
Could it have been caused by slamming back into a doorknob?
It's a fairly large contusion for that, but it's certainly possible depending on...
It would have to be a really big doorknob.
How...
It's like a big contusion.
How easily she bruised, basically, is because, as we all know, young women tend to bruise relatively easily. that's fairly common.
So hypothetically, I'm sorry, Rita.
No, go ahead.
So hypothetically, if she were kicked and she fell down, kicked and fell down on an object or hit a doorknob or the side of a counter, could it have caused that contusion? Yes, contusion.
It's a large contusion, but it has no pattern to it. In other words, there's no shape to it that allows me to say what the inflicting object is. A lot of times we can see corners, or we sometimes can even see the tread mark of a shoe sole or a ring impression, something like that in there. In this case, you saw the picture, it's just a large contusion. And so really there's not much that can be said about it. There's no fracture of the ribs underneath it. There's no laceration of the liver underneath it. It's just a bruise.
What's going on here? Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Vince got
We've been in
nothing.
session about 2 hours now since lunch. We'll take our mid-afternoon break, come back in 15 minutes when that clock says 3:45, and Tim will give an opportunity to redirect that.
All right, we get a 15-minute break here for a bit. We're going to be back. The jury is thinking that over. Their questions are coming up. Of course, we've got redirect first, then more cross if they want to, and then it'll be question time. So we're going to wait with bated breath. I know there are going to be some questions here. The jury's been very observant, especially when it comes to things that are shown on the screen that are not mentioned. We saw them mention the air freshener that was in that picture with the dumpster and the pants, the shoes. They're picking up on little details like that. So I imagine they're probably going to ask a few questions that you have as well, as we've heard this, even though we haven't seen all the pictures, thankfully, that they've had to see. It was a very valid question regarding the bruising. Yes, I think it was valid also about the alcohol. Chasing that down to try to figure out, is it possible that because her body laid there for a while, or the time went between when she was killed and you did the autopsy, that the alcohol content changed? They didn't get the answer they wanted, but I think it was a valid line of questioning. I would say the defense attorney did the best he could there. Unfortunately, he would have got the same mileage had he just said no questions. I don't think they gained any ground. Really, if anything, they lost some with the witness being able to go over again and say that, in his professional opinion, that it appears that she was in fact restrained or in that position when she received those injuries, because of the orientation of the injuries, because of the fact that there does not appear to be a lot of fighting back. Her left hand, which would be on the bottom, has wounds on the back side of it, which could have come from her, trying to block or reach around as she's being stabbed. It solidifies in fact the state's argument as we went over that. But crazy. You can't fault them for trying, though. Defense attorneys are necessary in our society. If you like the freedom, if you like the system of justice we have, you need defense attorneys. Got a few people we need to recognize here. If we give it just a minute, let's see. Peter Ware, member for 20 months. Thank you very much, my friend. OG. Chris Wallace, thank you. Newsstream, hit the like button. Frosty Jen gifted a membership. DSN did a super sticker. Thank you very much. Macy Combs said we need some happiness. Choo choo. Here's some insulin money. Thank you, Macy. Appreciate that. Larry Annie both gifted 5 memberships and gave a super chat. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that. And thank you all who have been clicking the like button. We're doing wonderfully over there. It's the one thing you have to do in this stream is just click the like button. That's it. You can do it when you get here. You can do it when you leave. You can do it anytime in between. But we do ask that that if you do like anything that happens in the meantime and between times, then to just click the like button. We're up to 742. We love to see that hit the 1,000 mark, especially when we have about 1,400 people here in chat with us right now. The next person to subscribe to the channel will be the 63,333rd subscriber. Just thought I'd put that out there. That's a lot of threes. Like if you're one of those people that collects dollar bills, this would be one of the dollar bills you'd want to collect. It could be you. So that's a cool number. Colleen McCall-Almond says, as I watch this, I sit here and just ask why. What would make someone do this to another? I have daughters and find this very disturbing and sad. Tell them what they won. It's done. Somebody did it. Who did it? Who done it? Who was the new? But there used to be a command I could see who the new person was. Let's see if this works. I tried to work on this. Instead, it told me that I joined. But Laurie Olson, congratulations! You're the 63,333rd subscriber. Just like that. Now it's working. I don't know why it wasn't working before, but apparently, anytime you type this command, it will tell you who the last person who joined was. Had to step out. Are they done with the Emmy? Debbie, we are at the defense has now rested. And this is the first time through. So we're going to go back to redirect, where the state will get to sort of address the issues that defense brought up. And then defense will get another chance to sort of gain a little bit ground back if they want. After that process is finished, then we go to the jury questions. The jury questions will be asked by the judge, assuming there are some, and I think there will be. And then, once again, after the jury questions are done, it goes back to the state or the defense to further delve into that area if they think the jury would benefit by additional questions in that area. And then again, jury can ask more questions. So it sort of just continues. It seems how many times we want to go through the cycle. That's how many we'll do. Defense has not. No, defense didn't rest. Did I say rest? No, they've just said we've passed the witness. Thank you, Chris, for correcting me. I was completely wrong if I said the defense rested. The defense has not begun their case yet. This is still the case in chief for the prosecution. Thanks for catching my slip up. What command for what game you were playing? I think it's called, I looked at it again, it's called Governor of Poker. And I like the slot machine in it, the Wild West slot machine. Chris, appreciate it. Wouldn't be the same without you. If you were not here, everyone else would have been led astray by my incorrect statement. So I appreciate that. All right, we've got 15 minutes, about 8.5 minutes remain of the break. Good idea. What 1K likes, we get a blooper video. Can the jury ask questions as long as the witness is on the stand, like between redirect and cross and all? No, only at the end of direct and cross, and once the state and the defense are done, the jury gets a turn. But once the jury gets a turn, they can pretty much go until the witness is excused. So they'll submit questions. They just don't turn any in until the state is done and the defense is done. How many more witnesses? I don't have the count for the witness sheet on this one. What we do know is what the judge told us and told the jury a little bit ago about the schedule, and that the state will most likely rest sometime tomorrow, which basically means half the case is prosecution. It's rare to see defense take as long as the prosecution, especially on a longer case. But could happen. Could happen. I don't know. I don't think Chen's going to take the stand. I don't think that would be smart for him to do so. But I know they have an expert, at least they were trying to get in, but he was ruled out. So I don't think we're going to go the full 10 days. Love jury questions. Oh, they're great, especially an attentive jury. I wish the jury was able to go back in time and ask questions of Jasmine's mom. I think they didn't understand the process. And it's always, the first question is always like, is this what we're supposed to do for a jury? Because although the judge thinks he's explained it perfectly well, the jury's never been in this situation before. And asking questions in a trial where they're told to sit down, shut up, and not talk to each other, being that one to raise the hand and say, wait, I have a question. Once the ice is broken, it's like the first person in chat. The floodgates open, questions come out. But the first one's always a little bit like, when's it going to happen? All right. Oh, wait, I still need to do this. I said we'd do this year. I sort of teased it at the end of last year. We may do a button test, where you guys get to guess. There's a view of some of the buttons. There's not really any buttons behind this laptop, but how many buttons there are on the entire setup. Remote controls, all the switchers, audio, keyboards, cameras, everything. How many buttons are there? So I have not counted yet. I've not counted. I think I've told you how many buttons there are on this machine, and I have 2 of them. And this is the little brother of that one. So, yeah. Not all the buttons here are lit up. I mean, there's a row of buttons across the top that I've not pressed. It's like the jelly beans in the jar. There's a mathematical way to calculate it per number of buttons per square inch of desk. It's pretty high. Rose with Thorns. There are 211 buttons on this device by itself. Amber, I've got to figure out how to do the award and what the award should be. I've learned from experience that sending prizes internationally can be extremely expensive, and customs stole stuff. Apparently, hat pins are not approved for France. You can't send like a collector's pin. The customs took them out, which sucks. But didn't come here to math. You can just guess. All the keys on the keyboard. I've got mice, trackpads. A few smart people are going to get very close just knowing a couple of the main items on the desk and how many buttons there are. So it'll have to be the first person to guess it. Amber, I'll have to talk to you about the details of that, if you can track entries of when they're guessed. And we haven't started anything that clicks, pretty much. Anything that clicks. I'm not counting like the chair lever that raises and lowers the chair, but other than that, we're good. All right. Sequestered Rex, do we think his motive was they were going to hook up and she was maybe even bending her own boundaries for him? Then she mentioned it being that some of the month he couldn't go further and he flipped. I don't know. I think that's a bit much to. I think that's way further than we can get with physical evidence, right? They had been dating for weeks. We know that. They had met through the Tinder app, I believe. They'd been dating for weeks. She was staying over at his place. Includes the screaming goats. Yes, it does. And the pickles. Yeah. Something set him off. I agree. But I don't think we'll ever know what it was. All right. One more reminder as we wait to go back to court. Tonight at 8 p.m. on this channel, we will have the Not Relevant podcast with friends. We're bringing a couple guests on, which is going to be awesome. So please join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking at the scant notes we have for tonight, and I think you're going to like it. And thank you, Weatherwatch, for your efforts in that regard. Want to see who the next person was, if this works. It only tells me who the last subscriber was if that person has their settings turned on to allow us to see who they subscribe to. Does that make sense? If they have public subscription information turned on. I don't think the last person did. All right. What did Mrs. R.A. say about lobster tonight? She said maybe. Well, first she said, I'm not going to try anything raw. I said, because I asked the question, I said, would you be willing to try something, a new food that I've never had? And she's like, I'm not going to eat any sushi, nothing raw. And I think she had some other stipulation. And I said, it's lobster. And she's like, maybe. Do all the buttons on RA's phone count? I wasn't going to count my phone buttons because I use this for personal as well as work. But I have the iPhone 16 if that's a factor. So there's 4 more buttons. We can include those. Do my shirt buttons count? What if I'm missing one, Adam? Because it would change the count by the day. Are they finished with the ME? No, but we're getting close, Virginia. We're getting closer. Tammy, that's what I hear, and I'm willing to try it. I've waited this long in life. I'm nearly I'm nearly over the hill. I'm getting old, guys. I just compared to how young I think I am in my head. But it's about time to try lobster. Lobster is just 0. Just thanks, night. So this is basically just the underwater version or the above ground version of a lobster. Is that what you're telling me? I'm not going to try these. All right, 15 minutes is up. That's the duck timer. You hear that? Timer is done. We're waiting for the judge and the jury now. Where are you going for lobster? Probably Sam's Club. I think I'm going to cook it myself. Buttery dip. I'll need butter and lobster. And some people say garlic. I'm not huge. I mean, I like garlic bread, but I'm not huge on garlic itself. Juicy crab in Winterville. No lobster, but they do crayfish boils. They do crayfish boils? When my mom came out and visited, I got like 20 pounds. There was like a 20-pound boil or something. And they gave it to you in these big bags. Crab boil. I didn't eat any of the crab. My mom ate it all. Well, not all 20 pounds. There were other people that were there, but it was pretty good. I think we got the 10 pounds, not 20 pounds. It was like 2 bags. Mr. Fix-It, just pick my number and I'll come down and finish the bidet in the first floor bathroom. Mr. Fix-It, what's the number? Just text it to me and that will be how many buttons we have. That sounds like a deal. I have to tell you, I have done nothing. I've done nothing to further the downstairs bathroom remodel in the last week. And Mrs. R.A. Is probably going to get tired of that. Crawfish, crayfish, mud bugs. Yes, I think they're all the same. No Old Bay for lobster. Don't overcook it, makes it rubbery. They're pretty strong smelling. It's not going to be good. Okay, if I go to one of these restaurants and order the lobster and I don't like it, what sort of snob will that make me look like as they're cleaning up my table and I've had like 1 bite of lobster? I'm like, oh, I'm full. That's all I can eat. Just a bite of lobster is all I wanted anyway. I'll have to eat the whole thing anyway. You like it, says Debbie. You'll like it. There's no concern. You pay, they won't care, says Valerie. You can mail a live lobster? I only check the mail every couple days. Don't do that. I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Order some lobster tails instead of a whole lobster. Is it better to order it like already out of the shell? Or do you want to eat? Because I don't know what you do with the shell. Do you like pick the shell off? Do you like pick it up and like suck it out like a shrimp head? I have no idea the proper way. I'll have to watch videos of how to eat a lobster before I go to the restaurant. Sarah Beth, sorry for the description. You can do that with the claws. If you don't like it, we can no longer be friends. Thanks, now I'm starving. I'll watch a video. Somebody text me a link of a nice, easy to follow video of how to eat a lobster from Red Lobster, like at a restaurant. I don't want like the guy who's like, and then you smack it on the side of the table and do the. I'm not looking for that. I just want from. Oh, Judge is doing a little calisthenics.
Well, I feel so broken down now.
It does catch up to me. I've definitely had to add yoga to my weekly routine.
Yoga, bingo. I definitely need to add yoga to my weekly routine, says the judge. Virginia, I've never had lobster. I don't know what to do. I've never had a crawdad. I've never had blue crab. Okay, we're going to get the audio turned back on here, and it's definitely loud. Read some lips here for a little bit. As the judge talks about his golf game and his swing, how it hurts his shoulder. Come on, chat. There we go. There we go. How to eat lobster like a pro. There's a video out there. There's a video for everything on YouTube. Hang on. Whoa, it's way. They're already dipping it in butter. It's too fast.
Can I have my BB? Thank you.
There's so many cuts in this video, I don't know what I'm missing. Yes, love like king crab. Oh, so good. They did ask for the DVD cord, which sounds like they're going to be playing a video of some sorts. I wonder if they're playing some of the body cam video from a walkthrough, possibly. Adam just sent me a video as well on how to eat lobster.
Courtroom, you can bring me a jury when they're ready.
Crab is better than lobster? Is blue crab better than lobster? On the blue crab. Everyone's like, snow crab is way better than lobster. Okay. Snow crab, they have that at Sam's Club.
Please be seated.
Okay, we're back to the state on redirect.
On your examination of Miss Jasmine Pace, were you able to ascertain the position that she was in at the time the injuries that you documented in your autopsy report were inflicted upon her body?
I believe that the injuries were most likely inflicted in the same position in which he was found, that is, in that fetal position.
Boom.
When you say the position as found in the fetal position, sir, I am now showing you on the screen what's been admitted into evidence as Collective Exhibit 2045. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, every approach.
There's the objection. And it's still up on the screen. It's up on the screen. The jury's looking at this. Oh, this is the exhibit. I think that that they objected to, that they were allowed to show, but the jury wouldn't get to take back with them, or something like that. Okay, what we have here is, if I'm understanding what this exhibit is, where their questioning is, this exhibit should most likely show the positioning of Jasmine's body, either superimposed or laid out next to the orientation of the carpet, the blood stain on the carpet, showing the similarities. How they said the Shroud of Turin, how it's like the death print in blood on the carpet. That's what they're trying to go. The reason why this is very bad for the defense is because it would be strong evidence to show that she was in fact restrained at the time of the attack. If she was restrained at the time of the attack, everything the defense has said is the case about the story of why this happened, how she attacked him, she was angry, frustrated that he was seeing other girls on Tinder or something like that. It's gone. There's no attack. It's just one-sided. It's just a slaughter, and so they lose the whole theory of defense if the jury believes this.
Exactly. I'm sorry, sir. What was your response to that question?
I believe it is most likely that they were all inflicted in that position.
And so we're clear when we're talking about the injury, sir. What we're talking about is in 204-15.
Yes, sir.
Is it also your testimony, sir, that on cross-examination that Ms. Pace was in that position that we saw in the preceding photograph, but not moving?
That's correct.
Boom.
Staying put?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that placing a person into that fetal position makes it easier to inflict injuries?
Well, certainly that cluster of injuries is very easy to do in that position, or to inflict.
Counsel also asked you questions on cross-examination about having somebody in that fetal position make it easier to place in garbage bags. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Would you agree that it would make them easier?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that it would also then make it easier to place Jasmine Pace into the suitcase?
Yes, sir, it would.
Would you agree, sir, that overkill can also be a desire to kill?
It may be, but again, I prefer to leave that to the psychiatric side of the house.
Defense counsel asked you a question that elicited a very interesting response. You said that dead people don't tend to move. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay. Meaning that a person who is deceased doesn't tend to move around much. Is that correct?
Well, certainly they can be. Occasionally gravity will take over depending on how precarious their position is, but that's really gravity moving them, not obviously any volitional movement.
Doctor, I'm now going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 204-3. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is one of the shackles that was around Jasmine Pace's ankle and elbow.
This is redirect. We had direct, we had cross, we're back on redirect.
Judge, I'm retrieving Exhibit 206.
I have to say, Broken Bakers are phenomenal at clicking the like button. Every time we get rated by Broken Baker and his crew, the like jump, it just through the roof. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Just 1 second, Doctor.
The feed is dark right now because they're showing some graphic pictures in court. And so they turn the lights off so that the jury can see better.
I now pulled up 203-3. Do you see the shackles in that?
I do, yes, sir.
The shackle with the chain, where was that on Miss Pace's body?
That's around the right forearm near the elbow. You can actually see this shackle and the chain, and you can see the upper arm bone and the 2 forearm bones right here. The other side of that is this part down here, which you can see the lower leg bone and the foot bones down here.
And where would that have been in relation to the carpet that we see here?
Well, if we assume that Jasmine Pace is on the carpet, right side down, head toward Mr. Boyle, then we have, Your Honor, may I step down?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And if we place her head here in this area and her back going this way, then the shackle, this one being the one around the right upper arm, is going to be in this position right along here.
You said it there? Sure.
Yes, sir.
They're building.
Doctor, I'm
the
now
layout.
handing you the other half of the shackle. It appears to have how many links connected to it?
This has, well, one long one and a short one. So this would be, again, we were looking at it reversed for most of the time. So this is actually going to be in this area, I believe, based on the x-ray that we're seeing there.
Barley, thank you very much.
Counsel asked you if you had an opportunity to go to the crime scene, and I believe your response was no, you have not.
That's correct.
Doctor, I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 127-2.
Terry, can you turn his microphone around, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, would you please familiarize yourself with 127-2?
Yes, sir, I recall seeing this photo.
So you've seen that photograph before?
Yes, sir.
You know where that photograph was taken?
I'm told that it was taken at Mr. Chen's apartment.
Do you see any objects in that photograph that you see in the courtroom here today?
It appears to be that rug or portion of carpet, rather, that is currently on the floor of the courtroom.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, do you see where the spray bottle is located? Over there on the bottom left-hand corner of this photograph.
Yes, sir, I do.
I'm now showing you 127-5. You see that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to return the shackles to your folder. I'm going to peel back, if you will, the carpet. You see the pad that's below the carpet?
Yes, sir.
You see the pad on the carpet in the photograph?
Yes.
Is the staining pattern on the carpet and the pad consistent with what you see in the photograph?
It is.
Showing that it has been overlaid from being adjacent to the wall, laid over on itself.
Yes.
And you do see the stains all the way through to the subfloor.
Yes.
Is that a lot of blood that you see there?
That is a fair amount of blood. Yes, it is.
Would that quantity of blood constitute a large portion of the missing volume of blood from Miss Pace's body?
Yes.
Keeping in mind that stain, try to memorize it in your head. Now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 12713. You see the bed that has now been placed up against the wall furthest away in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that it's where that carpet had actually been folded over onto itself in the preceding photograph?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. I can have a moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity, Doctor, to look at the Blue Star photographs in this case?
Yes, I have.
Objection.
Basis 31 approach.
This was not a topic that I covered in my cross-examination.
The body absolutely was, Judge.
I never talked about Blue Star with you.
Well, certainly talked about blood. It's been part of the Dr. Cogswell's testimony throughout about the large amount of blood that was apparently missing from the victim's body. Blue Star has to do with where the blood was. I'm assuming that's where the states go. If not, then you can feel free to renew your objection. Thank you. At this point over.
Got shut down.
I've had it.
The speaking objection. Judge called for it.
Not possible. It's okay. Thank you, sir. You see the Blue Star reaction?
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to draw your attention. You see the corner of the door frame right there? In the center? Yes, sir, right there. And do you see the evidence marker right next to it?
I do.
Number 6. I'm going to go back to that first photograph that I showed you, Doctor. Does that appear to be the same door frame?
Certainly it's a door frame just like it.
Defense counsel asked you on cross-examination whether or not you knew if any items of carpet was submitted to the TBI crime lab for testing. Recall that question?
Yes, sir, I do.
You see how the carpet in this particular case, sir, extends all the way past the door frame?
Yes, in this area?
Yes, sir, where it transitions from one room to another?
Yes.
Specifically, and I'll zoom in right on it. The trigger is located on the spray bottle?
Yes.
Based upon your cross-examination, would it be your understanding that no samples of carpet were taken in close proximity to that blood stain right there?
That would appear to be the case, yes, sir.
You would agree that's a 6?
Yes.
Handing what's been admitted into evidence is Exhibit 141. mind reading the description?
Carpet sample with possible blood. The location is bathroom/bedroom transition southeast of shower.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph, Doctor. You see the evidence marker 6?
Yes.
You see the carpet?
I do.
Does that appear to be the same transition from one room to another with that door frame?
Yes, sir, it does. The evidence marker is also number 6.
Do you mind reading the orange tape at the bottom of 141, sir?
The evidence tape at the bottom, it has the numeral 6 with a circle around it and initials of who I assume is the recovering party or the packaging party.
Sure. Specifically, sir, this tape right here.
That was the wrong tape.
In small print.
Oh, TBI Crime Lab.
Let me show you another photograph, Doctor.
This is in response to the defense saying this wasn't tested, the carpet wasn't tested.
See the number 9 right there?
I do.
Do you see the reddish substance adjacent to the right of the number 9?
In this area right here.
Yes, sir. Another photograph of it?
Yes, sir.
Candy has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 142.
Which is, again, that TBI Crime Lab.
And the item number indicated?
The item number is number 9, and it's described as carpet sample with blood.
Now I'm going to show you another crime scene photo, Doctor. You see the number 6?
Again, yes, sir.
And you see the number 9?
I do.
Thank you, sir. The injuries inflicted on Miss Pace's body occurred at various stages, including antemortem,
Yes, sir.
paramortem,
Yes, sir.
but not postmortem.
I didn't see anything that I consider to be definitively post-mortem, so that is correct.
Sure. Now, Doctor, but in the paramortem category, the spectrum that you described to this jury,
Yes, sir.
some of them are closer to antemortem. Some of them are closer to postmortem.
That's correct.
And it took how long for Miss Jasmine Pace to succumb to her injuries?
That's the answer. It was not on a direct hand cross.
I think based on cross-examination, on timing of how closely spaced the blows were, that they could ask this question again. If you want to recross to get a point in, you certainly can, Mr. Weiss, overrule this one.
You would agree some of them are in the early portion?
Yes, sir.
Some of them are in the later portion?
That's correct.
Which means that the injuries inflicted on her with a cutting instrument
Over time.
span anywhere from 0 seconds
To 5
30
minutes.
seconds to 5 minutes.
It's certainly possible. It's also possible that it was significantly shorter. for the infliction of injuries, not necessarily for death.
Sure. But what is absolutely certain is that some of the injuries were inflicted after massive trauma had already been inflicted on Jasmine Pace.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, Doctor, the toxicology report that counsel was asking you about referenced several categories in the one of the three batteries that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'll pull it up here in just a second. Drawing now your attention to the second page of the toxicology report. What are cannabinoids? You see right here.
That's basically marijuana. It's marijuana and its metabolites and any related substances.
So what you're saying is, Doctor, the broad spectrum that covers THC was tested for?
It was, and again, that was by the ELISA method, not the method with the interfering substances.
The interfering substances of the test, the previous test, which was labeled...
that was the HPLC.
Yes, so the HPLC is designed to differentiate between the various cannabinoid metabolites. Is that correct?
Correct. Both the parent drug and each one of the metabolites. We have the delta-9 and the 11-hydroxy-delta-9 and the delta-9 carboxy. Those on the left are metabolites of the delta-9, which is the active compound in marijuana.
Some of them are psychoactive, some of them aren't.
Correct.
But what that means is that would be useful for you determining how far it had been processed through the deceased person's body.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other test that was performed, the ELISA test, the next one down on the list, testing for cannabinoids, would just tell you generally there is a broad spectrum of substances that we're looking for that fall under the umbrella of cannabinoids.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including the preceding 11-hydroxyl delta-9 THC, delta-9 carboxyl THC, and delta-9 THC.
Yes, sir. Again, these are all a family of drugs. For example, opiates. And
sure,
I believe we have a category for opiates. Opiates in general is going to include things like morphine, heroin, oxycodone, oxymorphone. All of these things that are opiates are going to fall under that large umbrella. But we have specific testing for oxycodone and oxymorphone because it's so commonly abused. They are opiates, but the opiate test is sort of a global test for everything that's there. And to use my clumsy pickup truck analogy, this is like saying white pickup trucks. Okay, so is it a Ford, is it a Chevy, is it a Toyota, is it, well, you just asked me to look for white pickup trucks. And since I didn't see any white pickup trucks, it doesn't matter whether there were Fords or Chevys or anything, because they're not there.
So to insinuate that we don't know whether there was cannabinoids in Jasmine Pace's blood would not be correct, would it?
If we're looking at the family of cannabinoids, that is correct. If we're looking specifically at THC, we don't know whether she did or did not have THC, but we know she didn't have the specific family of cannabinoids under that heading.
But if she had THC in her system, she would also show as having cannabinoids.
We should see it under ELISA, yes.
And that test was performed. It was not interfered with because it's a different process to produce the result.
Correct.
You didn't smell alcohol, and the testing doesn't show alcohol.
That is also correct.
Just like it doesn't show cannabinoids.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Is that why you put on your report negative?
Yes.
Have a moment.
No drugs, no alcohol, restrained at the time of injury. Recross. His story is completely unbelievable at this point. It's shredded. Trying to find a certain piece of evidence.
Give me some moment. So we're having trouble finding exhibits. We'll take time.
We're looking for an exhibit. And she's like, the clerk's like, look, it's not my fault. You guys spread crap all over my courtroom. Squeaky chair, or whiny dog. One of the two. You don't think it's a whiny dog. I think it's a chair.
Laptop or the
Dr. Coxwell, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 192. Can you identify what you see on the screen there?
The receipt, seriously?
This looks like a sales receipt from a company called Elevated Hemp Company with what I'm assuming is some THC type product. I don't go to those stores, so I'm not really sure what I'm looking at.
I was trying to use that kind of guy. What is the, it says customer name. What's the customer name right there?
The customer name is Jasmine Pace.
And you don't know if Jasmine Pace used any of these. We can see that she bought these products, but we don't know if she used these products. Right?
That's correct, we don't.
But hypothetically, let's assume that she did use these products. Is there a reason why that the use of these products wouldn't show in your toxicology report? Or the toxicology report, not yours?
Well, if they either haven't been used frequently or recently, if she's metabolized off those, whatever those are, or if she hasn't yet taken it, if there's been enough time between her last dose, if you will. The other option that's there is that we don't, I'm assuming because this seems to be hemp related, that these are supposed to contain some degree of THC. We have nothing that tells us that they actually do, or they may in fact have something other than THC. They may have, for example, kratom or metragine. That also is sometimes sold. I think it's still illegal in Tennessee, I'm not sure. But that is on gun barrel, so.
And just to make sure, what is the date of that receipt?
That's the 22nd of November of 22.
A week before your autopsy?
Yes.
And you talk about a family of cannabinoids, right?
Yes.
And so there's delta THC9A, right? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a long list of delta THC9, O, and all those different things?
There are many, yes, sir.
Would that toxicology report necessarily find evidence of that in her system?
The ones that it would test for, had it not been for their interfering substances, are listed there. They're the common ones with the carboxy delta and the I'm blanking on the other metabolite. It would be the
take your time.
The two that were under the 11-hydroxy and the delta-9 carboxy would be the common ones that are tested.
But there's other ones.
All of those more esoteric ones, if you will, wouldn't be in that panel.
So there's other, I like your word, esoteric, other types of esoteric THC that toxicology report wouldn't be looking at.
The one that was not tested shows you what the test would have tested for.
And then not only are there different types of THC delta 9, there's THC delta 8.
Yes.
And there's THC delta 10.
Yes.
Would this toxicology report test for those substances?
Not that specific report, because again, it shows you the 3 substances it tests for, but as Mr. Boyle pointed out, we have the ELISA test that tests for the general family of cannabinoids. And I do have access to the laundry list of everything that would come up under the cannabinoids. I don't have that on the top of my head, nor do I have a copy of that. So I can't say specifically which of the esoterics, if you will, that would be included in that testing.
And then there's also THC delta 9, and it is legal in Tennessee as long as it's less than 0.03%. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no, sir.
There's also just regular CBD that doesn't have any THC. Are you familiar with CBD?
I am familiar that it exists, yes, sir.
And would that have, even the ELISA test, would that have picked up on it?
Again, I would have to review what the ELISA test will pick up on. There are probably a few dozen different compounds under most of these categories. Because again, what we're seeing on the ELISA test is general families of drugs. And within each of these families, there are going to be numerous metabolites, variants on the theme, and more unusual compounds. So to answer your question, I can't tell you whether what Jasmine Pace, what was on that receipt I can't tell you what was in it and how much was in it and whether it would have shown up on any of the NMS testing.
Thank you. Doctor, just one moment. Thank you, Doctor. No further questions. No,
The jury have any questions for Dr. Cogswell?
Here we go. Hear the rustling of papers. Bailiff is collecting all the pages. One from you, one from you, one from you. Looks like at least 3. While they do that, I've got a scam call coming in. Hello? 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 They hung up. Thought we'd get a scam call during the questions. Defense does not like that question. Look at this. Look at his hands, shaking his head. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That one might not get asked. Could have been about the broken chain. I think it reasonable to think that that chain broke while he was trying to transport her body after she died. How do you get so many scam calls? I haven't changed my number in years. Okay, they're listening closely to this one. Defense is nodding for this one. This one's good. They're fine with that one being asked. Next question. Judge is reading a lot. We look at defense. I love this. I love that we can see him. I wish we could hear him, but I love that we can see him. Turning the head to hear better. Mr. Weiss consoling himself by stroking his goatee or his mustache with his thumb. Or sucking his thumb, maybe. I'm not sure. I can't tell from this angle. Maybe he's biting the tip of his thumb. I don't think Mr. Weiss has a good poker face. I think we can tell what he's thinking, his body reactions. You can tell when the question's over. Defense doesn't like that one either. Oh, bailiff says we have another question. We might have another question. Let's see. There might have been something that the witness said. He shouldn't be talking right now. Everyone leans in with their good ear to try to hear what's going on here. Only Miss Morrison is able to just stand like a normal person. Everyone else has to lean over and cock their head to hear. Looks like the state doesn't like that question a little bit. Defense thinks it's strange. As long as the question on defense, this is interesting to watch the body language between them. This is a lot of fun. I'm a bit of a people watcher. When I go to a restaurant, I always sit somewhere where I can watch everyone else, and it's fun. Not being able to hear because of the noise of the restaurant is fun. This puts me back in that situation. Judge appears to be possibly writing. Is he left-handed? Let's read another. He appears to be left-handed. So he might have been making some notes on that one. Maybe some minor changes to the question itself. Lots of questions. I can't wait to hear these. This is going to take a while. This might be 15, 20 minutes of questions. Need to brush up on my lip reading. I started off being ambidextrous as a kid, and then my brother launched me across the room. We were playing a game. He lays on his back, puts his feet up. I sit on his feet, and he kicks, and it throws me across the room. We were aiming for a pillow, but I missed, and I broke my right arm. Used to be able to write with both hands at the same time. Now I'm a left-handy. Now I'm lefty. It's terrible to be lefty, though, especially growing up using a pencil in school. As you write, your left hand just smears everything you write. And the teacher is always complaining about your handwriting being so terrible and it's all smudged. It's like, well, I can't do it any other way. I have to. Your hand right here just gets covered with pencil lead. Need a poll on left or right-handed? Okay, here's probably my most unbiased poll ever. We're just asking, are you left or right-handed? The right answer, first of all. The first answer is left, of course. Next one is right-handed, sadly. Or the third one is why settle with one? Both. There we go. Might be a little slanted on that one. I might have put some of my own personal belief into that poll by just a tad. Oh, the poll should be guilty, really guilty, or super, super guilty. Was that the poll you wanted? Ivan says, I use both my middle fingers. Does that count? That's like a Slim Shady move right there. Totally biased poll, says Jennifer. Yeah. I'm neither-handed. I shoot right. I shoot right-handed. I use scissors right-handed as well because left-handed scissors are just wrong. But that's wrong. It's incorrect. I used to think left-handed scissors were terrible. The only left-handed scissors I use are tin snips, and I'm still ambidextrous when it comes to tin snips. I know this because I used to work in a metal shop where I would have to cut through steel, and we'd use those red and the green handled Weiss brand snips, and I could cut things out with both hands at the same time. Corey May in a cast now, wrist fracture, dislocation. Well, Corey, that's terrible. I hope whatever you were doing to cause the injury was worth it. You've got some good memories and maybe some pictures. Least of all, if nothing else, I hope you have a good story. Mr. Fix-It, why not go for the death penalty? Is it more legalese than life without parole, or save the taxpayers some money to feed this? I think the problem is you have to be able to prove a couple things, and premeditation is a tough one already. A death penalty can be a reach. If the state already knows it's going to be a challenge to prove premeditation, because unless you have video and documented proof, it's difficult to get that far. Adding into that if the jury finds them guilty, it will be the death penalty. Might sort of freeze the jury a little bit. I don't know. I wonder if they'll share a little bit of that after this is over. There's that extra question I said was coming in. Bailiff brings in yet another. We've got a lot of questions. Karen Edith says, I use my feet, not my hands. That is awesome. I write backwards and upside down simultaneously. Righty here. Looks like most of you misread the poll or misclicked or something, because the numbers are definitely skewed in the wrong direction. We're going to end the poll here. We have 375 votes. I'll give it just a minute more to let a few people choose the correct answer. Mandy, I did slant the poll a little bit. It was like one of those political push polls that you get on the phone, where it's like, are you in favor of doing all these bad, terrible things, or do you want to vote for my candidate? It's like that. I have lots of problems with slanted polls. I do. My kids are like playing a really loud game in the other room. There's only one right answer, and that's right. It's K-Pick. All right. I ended it right here. 420 votes. We're at 420. I think that's appropriate considering the questions that were being asked. With 420 votes, it looks like right-handed sadly wins with 77%, left-handed 14%, and 8% ambidextrous. That's more than I thought it would be. 8%. I think, John, the saying is that if the right side of your body controls the left, if the left side of your body is controlled by the right side of your brain, only left-handed people are in the right mind. I think it's something like that. Also, they quit teaching typing around the time everyone was getting computers. When my, I like to think this is I like to say this is my grandpa. When my grandpa was a kid, but I found out actually he was not my grandpa. Actually, no relation. There's a fun story. When my grandpa was a kid going to school over in Norway, he was a lefty, and they would use the ruler on his hand if he wrote with his left hand, and by that I mean they were not measuring his hands; they were giving him a punishment, smacking his hand with a ruler, and if he continued to do it, they would just tie his left hand behind his back so he could learn how to write appropriately. Things have changed a little bit.
Cogswell, the jury has some questions for you. Well, I'll ask them, but if you can face the jury when answering, please. CSU used Blue Star agent that revealed blood in other locations of the apartment. Based on your autopsy, can you say that the victim's injuries may have occurred in more than just a single bedroom?
Yes, they could have. Again, I think the most likely is that the injuries were inflicted in the area in which, or in the position in which she was found. That does not preclude some of those injuries being inflicted elsewhere in the apartment, or that when her body was being moved, that some blood leaked out and was found elsewhere in the apartment.
Are you able to identify if any of the wounds were cleaned with peroxide or alcohol?
No, I'm not.
Were Jasmine Pace's pants tested for anyone else's DNA or fingerprints, if you know?
I do not know.
Would you be able to identify if carpet fibers were found in any of the wounds inflicted on the body or anywhere on the body?
I found no carpet fibers in the wounds themselves. Some hairs were recovered off of her clothing and her body. Those were all submitted to Chattanooga PD. As to what the test results showed, I don't know.
Did you examine Jasmine Pace's body for someone else's, in this case, Jason Chen's fingerprints and DNA?
Is that the same?
I think when I read this the way I think it was meant to be asked, did you swab the victim's body or examine it in any way for anyone's fingerprints or DNA?
No, in her case, fingerprints would not be something that we could retrieve because the body is wet. For the same reason, swabbing for DNA is not going to really be terribly helpful because, again, she's wet, she's covered in a film of blood. So the question becomes, where do you swab? And it could be anywhere. So to answer that question, no.
Was the blade able to be examined for fingerprints after being removed from the body?
The portion of the blade was submitted to Chattanooga PD, and as to what testing was done, I do not know.
If no other knife was used, is it safe to say that the final wound was when the blade broke off in the lung?
Not necessarily. You would think so, but again, because most stab wounds are not straight in and out using the point of the blade, but are delivered on an arc, the snapped off portion of the blade, or the remaining portion of the blade, still has a sharp point right at the bottom edge, and that can start the knife into the body. It's not as efficient as an intact knife, but certainly some of the injuries, particularly those that are simply incised wounds, for example, on the back of the head and on the shoulder, that complex incised wound, those could certainly be done with that knife without the tip of the blade still on it.
Does it appear that all the wounds were inflicted by the same knife?
It is certainly likely, but it is not impossible that a second knife was used. However, the dimensions of the wounds don't say categorically this is two knives. So there's going to have to be some overlap. For example, a significantly smaller knife, like a pocket knife, would not be involved in this.
This is similar to a question that was already asked, but just different enough to be distinct. Was the wound that left the end of the knife in the body an ante- or peri-mortem wound?
Oh, I love that.
That was an ante-mortem wound. There's significant bleeding associated with that wound, not only in the skin, but also down in the muscle, as well as in the lung.
Approximately how many of the 60 wounds were definitely ante-mortem or definitely peri-mortem? You may exclude those that are neither.
Since it's a continuum and there's no sharp cutoffs, they could be only generally put into categories of ante and peri-mortem. Of the 60 wounds, and there's going to be some overlap, approximately half are ante-mortem, tending into the peri-mortem wounds. There's a few at either end that I can be definitive about, but the majority of them sort of blend together, and the middle area is kind of fuzzy. So the safest thing to say is approximately half of them are certainly ante-mortem, but some of those toward the tail end are getting into or close to the peri-mortem category.
There were a number of questions asked about self-defense. That's beyond this witness's scope of expertise, so those won't be asked. Was the giant perforating neck wound pointing up or down?
That was the edge of the blade was downward, and the general pathway of the blade was obviously from right to left, somewhat downward and a little bit forward.
What percent of the wounds are superficial, shallow, or deep?
That's approximately 10% of the wounds are going to be superficial. Another 10% or so, maybe 20% would be shallow. It depends on how you define shallow. And certainly some of the incised wounds are going to fall into that category. In fact, virtually all of them would be shallow. The rest of them would be deep wounds. So even saying there's some
30%.
Overlap, certainly at least
70%.
half to 60% are deep wounds. And the remainder would be shallow wounds with a few superficial ones in there as a very low percentage.
How many of the wounds are pointing down?
The majority of, virtually all of them go from right to left. Most of them have a slight downward trajectory. Some of them have a little bit of an upward trajectory. The majority, however, are going to be pointing downward and into the body. The ones on the front will be going toward the back. The ones on the back will be going toward the front. So they're going to be going toward the core of the body. But the majority are going to be pointing downward as opposed to upward. Although we did talk about a few that had an upward pathway, particularly one in the back of the arm that went up into the axillary area.
Where were the most ante-mortem, i.e. first and earliest, wounds inflicted?
It's approximately an equal distribution. There's obviously a lot of head wounds, and there's fewer wounds to the torso and the shoulder, but if we take percentages, there's approximately an equal percentage of head wounds and torso wounds that are going to be the ante-mortem wounds. But because the head has more wounds, head and neck, then that's going to have a greater number of wounds.
I think you just answered this one, just to further clarify, where were the most peri-mortem, i.e. last wounds inflicted?
The most, just by number, the most peri-mortem wounds are going to be in the head area simply because there's more wounds there. For example, the one on the left eyebrow that actually went through the eyeball itself, and the one on the chin is getting close to peri-mortem wounds. But again, based on percentage distribution, it's fairly evenly spread throughout that whole cluster. I may add in there that the left-hand wounds tend to be a little bit more in the peri-mortem realm than in the ante-mortem realm. We sort of didn't discuss those yet.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that this victim was strangled?
That's a difficult question to answer, and the answer to that...
Let me stop you right there, Doctor. If it's something where you don't feel, nobody wants you to speculate. You certainly are an expert with a vast background, great relevant experience.
This victim was strangled.
If you think you're speculating, I prefer you not answer that question. If you think you can answer it to some reasonable degree of medical certainty, please answer it.
I would say this, rather than saying, I don't know, I have external injuries, that is the abrasion contusion, that can be consistent with strangulation. I don't have internal injuries that are consistent with strangulation, but I also have an overlay of sharp force injuries. So you've heard me talk at length, till you're probably sick of it, about all of these injuries. And the simple thing is, it is possible, but I can't go farther than it is possible.
This may be a similar question. Is it likely that some of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was not in the fetal position, even though at least most of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was in the fetal position?
It's certainly possible. As to the likelihood, I would put that as fairly low. Again, because of the clustering nature of all of these wounds, and also because the positioning of the body as found in that fetal position allows all of those wounds to be inflicted without requiring any movement on her part. So could some of them have been elsewhere? Yes, absolutely, as long as they are in that area. And then an overlay of other wounds once in that fetal position.
I believe you asked this or answered this already to a different worded question, but I'll ask this particular version. Would the wound where the knife tip broke off in the lung be considered the last stab wound?
Again, it doesn't have to be. And she certainly could have received multiple other wounds simply with the broken end of the knife, because again, the knife is usually going to be coming in at an angle. So you do have a point, just a 90-degree point, as opposed to that 30-degree point.
Was the victim, if you know, was the victim's shirt ever found and collected?
I do not know.
Does amount of blood collected impact percentages that could result in testing? I.e., very small amount collected, would more blood confirm more accurate results?
No, the amount of blood collected is sufficient to run the test. If it's an insufficient quantity, then the toxicology lab will tell us not sufficient to run the test. We suggest doing targeted testing or this. They actually don't need anywhere near the amount of blood we give them. They can actually make do with 2 milliliters of blood. We usually send a 10 milliliter tube, but as you saw in this particular case, it was just under 6 milliliters. So there was plenty of blood. More blood would not actually have changed the results at all.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect based on what the jury asked?
Wow.
Those are some questions.
Wow, those are good questions. And a ton of
You asked some questions by
more
the
than
jury
20.
regarding injuries caused by the knife after it was broken off in Jasmine Pace's lung.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention specifically, sir, to some of the injuries to Jasmine Pace's head and face. And I'm going to start with what you described in your autopsy report as a 3/8" stab wound. All right. Can we have the...
Thank you for all the gifted memberships.
3/8" stab wound in the
You're
chin.
amazing.
We see this here. Does that injury appear to have been inflicted with the knife blade, the tip, still intact?
It could be. Again, The knife, after it's actually broken off, still has a point, but it's a 90-degree point. And since you have the curved surface of the chin, if you have a 90-degree corner meeting a curved surface, you can actually create that wound very easily. It would be basically the same as the corner of this paper coming onto a curved surface, and you can easily see how that would actually stab into the curved surface. So yes, this could be one of the wounds inflicted after the point is broken off.
Are there any of the injuries to Jasmine Pace that you can definitively say is prior to the knife being broken, other than the wound which resulted in the knife blade breaking off?
Again, since I don't know the length of the blade, the wound through the throat that actually perforates is unlikely to be with a broken knife. I would say that blade was intact at that time, simply because of the length and also because it's going through multiple different structures and it is going deeply. So if you have a blunt face there, even though the bottom edge is sharp, it's going to be a lot harder to push all the way through the neck and the skin to come out on the other side. Similarly, the wounds in the axilla and the back of the arm, these are...
Explain that, Judge. I'm sorry, Dr. Cogswell.
Certainly, if you've got it readily available. And the wound that's close to the complex wound that actually has the broken knife blade, if we look, this one is almost certainly with an intact knife. This one obviously has the broken blade in it. This one is going to require an intact knife because of the depth and the fact that it's actually getting through bone. Now, going through bone may actually have cracked the blade or whatever caused the very tip of the knife blade to break off may have cracked the blade and made it weaker and more prone to breakage. We're just going through the ribs. These stab wounds are almost certainly with an intact blade, as is this one, because of the depth that they're going. This wound also is going to be with an intact blade because it goes all the way into the mouth, through the neck and the base of the tongue. Wounds up here, while they're stab wounds, they don't go very deep. They stop at the skull. So the depth on these wounds is going to be on the order of a half inch or so, perhaps a little bit deeper. As far as the hand goes, this is a complex wound, and it can be done with a broken knife tip, but this one that goes all the way through the hand is not going to be. So with the two of them, they're very close together. They're likely to be inflicted in close temporal proximity, that is, close in time. So this one is likely not going to be from the broken knife. And certainly the ones that penetrate through the palm and through the finger are going to require a tip being on that blade. This one is basically an incised stab wound, and mostly incised, so it could be done with the broken blade. Some of these other ones, you can see how small they are, and they're on a relatively flat surface. So if you only have that 90-degree corner, you're not going to be able to make a wound that long without going deeper than these wounds are. So those are going to be with the knife intact.
Deborah, thank you very much.
Dr. Cogswell, by its very nature, does the fetal position that one of the jurors asked you about require an orientation to a surface?
Yes, you cannot achieve a fetal position stand-legged squat, but a fetal position, when that's when that term is used, it would mean someone is lying down. And it may be on a bed, it may be on a floor, but curling up into that position doesn't necessarily require it, but it's very difficult to achieve it without lying down.
You mentioned squatting fetal position.
Well, a squatting position, if you're able to squat flat-footed, which I am not, but some people can actually squat flat-footed, and if they were to bring their arms together, functionally you've got basically a fetal position. If you tip them over on their side, it would not look materially different than Jasmine Pace's position.
So either balled up on your side or balled up on your feet.
Right. Or let me expand on that. Or you could be balled up on your back. If you're lying on your back and you pull your legs up, if you can get them up that high and cross your legs, you can do that. We all did that as kids and rock back and forth on our backs. So that would also be a possible fetal position.
Can we rule out any of those three fetal positions based upon the injuries that we see on the screen?
Well, since we don't have injuries in the front of the torso, we know that the front of the torso is protected, and that's legs and arms doing that. We only have, again, as you've heard so many times, that cluster of wounds on the right head, shoulder, upper back area. So if you can access those areas, you could be in any position as long as those areas are available to be stabbed. So if you lie on your side with your right side up, those areas are available to be stabbed. If you're able to balance on your feet while squatting and be stabbed 60-some times without falling over or spreading out your arms or in some way changing your position, that is also possible. Lying on your back, that's going to be very difficult because we have wounds in the back. So the overwhelming likelihood is that she's lying on her side.
So it's the stabs in the back that can eliminate the back position?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Wow. Adam, just for the record, I don't pay to play any games.
Definitively, Jasmine Pace was stabbed with a broken blade?
I cannot. It's certainly possible, but I can't say definitively that she was.
What was it? Anything's possible? What was your line?
All things are possible that do not violate the laws of physics.
And you cannot say definitively what room of the apartment Jasmine Pace had, in what room she died.
That is also correct.
Thank God. No further questions.
Jury?
Do you have any further questions based on what the statement? Thank you, Dr. Cockrell. Continue.
Thank you,
Wow.
Honor.
Doctor's done. It's taken most of the day. We're at 5:10. He's been testifying for the majority of it. I think all the day. He's the only witness we've had.
The state recalls Kristen Schubert.
Whoa, we just recalled somebody. We just recalled the crime scene investigator. She gave great testimony of the blood spatter and analysis.
Let us be the jurors would also like to bring.
Kristen Schubert is going to be back on the stand.
Sounding swear from testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
She's from day 3, so we saw her yesterday as well.
Welcome back, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Investigator Kristen Schubert, Schubert.
And you testified previously about processing Ms. Jasmine Pace's vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 208, 1 through 3. Are you familiar with what's in this collected exhibit?
Yes, I am.
What do they show?
These are exterior pictures of Jasmine Bass's vehicle.
Did it fairly and accurately show it when you searched it?
Yes.
Move to admit it to evidence 2081. Where's 3?
So 208.
2081 through 3.
So admitted.
Now, ma'am, Dr. Cogswell just testified about collecting various items of evidence during the autopsy. One of those items is 207. Please familiarize yourself with number 207.
Mr. Moyles, can you please go stand by the microphone so we
What
can
is
hear
that
you?
item?
This is the underwear and pad collected from the medical examiner's office after autopsy.
You were not present during the autopsy itself,
I was not.
so this had to come to you after Dr. Cogswell collected it.
That's correct.
He's the first link in the chain of custody.
Yes.
Next, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 155. Would you please identify that for the jury?
This is a sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster at 110 Tremont Street.
And Your Honor is PBD on this one. Show me.
Careful, careful. This is risky. What's he going to show us?
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence in this case from the dumpster outside of 110 Tremont Street.
We're 8 likes away from 1,000.
83-6. If testimony previously was this item, 155, was the item that we see in between the two white shoes and the blue jeans and underwear. Have you had an opportunity to review this item before?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to compare the sanitary pad that we see in 83-6 with the sanitary pad collected during the autopsy examination by Dr. Cogswell?
I did a visual examination of those January 8th.
And what, if any, correlation is there between the two?
All I could say is that it was similar, or it was similar in size, shape, and around the outside of the sanitary napkin area, the absorbent area, where the bottom and the top connected are similar lines.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
What do you say, Brad?
I can't tell you that.
What's the difference between a sanitary pad made from one brand and made from another?
I wouldn't know.
You talk about those lines. Are those lines on a specific type of brand?
All I know is that when I looked at them, they had similar lines, but I don't know what brands, what product they came from, like what line. I'm not sure.
And to remind us, so the sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster was collected in evidence, obviously.
Yes.
But was it sent to the TBI?
It was not.
So it wasn't tested?
It was not.
So you can't conclusively say whether or not that the sanitary pad found by the dumpster was Jasmine Bass's?
No.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Sure you have any questions for Ms. Sheward this time? Thank you, Ms. Sheward.
The state felt that was important.
It's about the same.
That was witness number 15. Was a recall. We might have one more witness also short in length. We're going to take a 15-minute break before that. Josh, oh my goodness, Josh just gave out 10 memberships. I owe you a couple things going back here. Just 1 minute. I'm not sure. I think Adam said something about being in gray, or Adam typed something and he was in gray. And let's see, Corey May is in the cast now. We got that one. Corey, we're sorry about that. Hope you get better soon. MLC, member for 1 month. Says I'm behind, but I recommend getting some lobster tails from Costco and making them yourself. Too many affordable restaurants can be subpar. Adam gifted a membership, trying to hit himself, I think, honestly. He's still in gray, but he gifted a membership to somebody else, which is awesome. And then that sparked a chain of people throwing darts at the board, so to speak, to hit Adam. We got Greeners, Red Pen, Peter Ware, The Other Jules, Hilda B., Peter Ware again, Queen Olive, Katrina Hetherington, Just a Girl Baking, Aaron Patterson, where'd we go? Shore Life Creations, Peter Ware for the third time, Mama Ames, welcome to the gallery. Tammy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Tammy E. Christine gifted a membership. Nikki Zeebs, Selena K, and then Josh Hutchins just came in with another 10. And I don't did you hit Adam with that last 10? Because I don't think I hit yet. Let's see. I can't see everything here. Let's see. You be chillin', KB. CC, I don't see Adam. Adam was not hit yet, so Adam is still in gray, which is all right. He's hit me, baby, one more time, says Adam. We do have a poll up right now, and the poll is quite simply the following. The question is, can you squat flat-footed? Yes, no, or I fell trying. I fell trying has 17%. I think we're going to end this poll. I think we've got all the value from this we can. 18% fell over trying. Sorry, Hilda B gifted a membership, and Mama Ames also just gifted a membership. 18% fell over trying. 37% of us can't, and 45% of us can. I wonder if I could do a 2-part poll, what the gender distribution is on that. Of those who can, how many were male, how many were female? I wonder because, some of us were built differently, generally speaking. Hilda B, Mama Ames, thank you very much. Very generous today with 1,000 likes on the stream. That is awesome. That is just wonderful. Bug Dugger gifted $5. My interwebs has messed up for the last hour and a half. Did I miss any spice? Little bit. Larly Annie, super generous today. Another gifted membership bout. This here's 5. Is it bout? Spurt? Spree? I don't know what the right word is for that, but Larly Annie, thank you very much. Indy Cindy also gifted membership. It's all about the hips, Stevie. It's all about the hips. When I dip, you dip, we dip, right? Is that how it goes? Lizzie Dog gifted 10. Somebody's going to hit Adam here soon. Let's see. Shelly Billy. Got Adam Malone. Got one of the Adams. This is awesome. You guys are incredibly generous. You might want to check and make sure if you're not receiving a gift that your gifted membership setting is turned on. That makes you eligible to receive it. When you open up the window, as you look at your screen, the little slider button should be moved to the right, and then it makes it eligible. Amber, who's a member for 22 months and a great moderator as well. Thank you, Amber. Holy memberships, Batman. And OG, Amber, appreciate that. Peter Ware gifted another. Peter's just throwing darts. He's loving it. How far down is this considered a squat? I think so that I can participate in this, let's just say touching your knees. Touching your knees is a squat. Does that count? Most of us should be able to do that flat-footed. Virginia says, what about us? Oh, you're all eligible as well, as long as you got the slider turned over. Let's see. Ricky C gifted a membership. Gifted 5. Thank you, Natasha, Allie, Crystal, all recipients there, as well as Drude and Stevie Moon. Break is always interesting around here. We try to keep things a little lighter. I tell you, a full day of listening to some of the most horrific stab descriptions I've ever heard in my life. I feel for the family who are, I'm sure, trying to be to every minute of court to try to see justice for their daughter, and at the same time are feeling the effect of each one of these as they're redescribed. So absolutely no disrespect intended. It's heavy. It's heavy for all of us, and we like to have moments of levity just to take away from the seriousness and of the day as it goes on. I appreciate you guys indulging me appropriately in that. I appreciate it. Bug Dugger gifted a membership as well, who went to Okayest Wife, one of my favorite names in YouTube. That is just Okayest Wife. That is great. Marilyn Skull, member for 23 months. OG. Love you all. Love listening while I work. Baking. Old Marilyn. Send pics. What are you making? Rebecca gifted a membership that went to Christina. Congratulations, Christina. Thank you, Rebecca. Bite me. Do you think Chen has other victims? A couple people have raised this concern. I don't know of other missing persons that would fit the profile. I don't know if there's anything like that in the area. Generally, there's at least some people who are missing in just about any area. But I don't know. It's hard to imagine how somebody goes from, oh, he's a good son, to he just stabbed somebody and killed them brutally. It's hard to mentally make that shift, mostly because I don't think most of us are able to do that ourselves. But for every killer, someone was there first, right? So I don't know how to answer that one really. All right. We've got 2 Stevies here. We do. 2 Stevies. All right. Is the toggle to the left or the right to accept membership? It's to the right. It's to the right. And you might try this by going to another channel which you've never been to before, and then go into the settings to turn it on there just to see what it looks like and turn on the setting. But I think somehow, you know what? I'm going to put this in my notes for YouTube, because a lot of people have asked me about that, and they can't tell if the toggle is turned on or off. Like, which way is it slid? Is that the on position or the off position? And it is sort of a little bit obscure. That's got to be. Let me see if I can bring that up with my partner manager. See if we can get that fixed. Maybe we have enough pull in the world of YouTube that we might get a little change, a little tiny change made. Needs to be blue, says Don Barry. It needs to be blue. Make sure the blue is there. It's gray when it's off. Let's see. Lindsay Ross says, I haven't got a membership in a hot minute. Yeah, so right is on, blue is on, gray, left is off. Enough pull. Oh, I see what you did there. Enough pull. Plenty of pull. Anna Banana, I'm going to call you Anna Banana, I'm sorry, was gifted a membership on a channel I don't watch. That was weird. Maybe YouTube's trying to say you should watch this one. Marilyn sent pictures of what she's baking. That is awesome. I will have to take a quick peek. Maybe if the burner phone, it's a new phone, but the burner phone is old. You went right past my super chat. Boom, right there. It scrolled very quickly. It went fast. Red Pen, just want to hear RA pronounce ambidextrous. Now that you've got the word in front of me, I see that you've missed an E. You missed a few letters. I always thought it was ambidextrous. You have it clearly written incorrectly. I didn't want to point that out in front of everybody, Red Pen. Is it not ambidextrous? I was today years old when I found out that. There you go. Thank you, Red Pen, for that. All right. Got some attachments. Ooh, brownies. It looks like brownies.
Call from.
Hey, this is Scott. Who am I talking with?
Hey, the throne is mine. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, good. Hi, chat. I love you all. Hey, so we're talking about gifted membership, and I just wanted to call in and let you know. So I don't know if everybody knows that after when you set the your thing to slide it over to the right to set it to gifts, every day you have to put the prompt in ! Gifts every day when you go in to get a gifted membership. So it's not just that you slide that over to gifts. You have to put in that prompt every day to get your gifted membership. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure. A lot of people have never typed it.
because I had to do that to get mine. It's not just you have to slide that over. You have to put in the prompt every day. Just like, you have to put in C every day.
See,
to
those
get
are just things that are on my channel specifically. So it's not a YouTube rule. That's why I think it doesn't apply to YouTube.
No, but I had to do that. So just a little tip. Maybe if they try that,
it might help.
It might.
All it does is it posts the link for other people to be able to see where the setting is, and that's definitely helpful. So that is good advice. So thank you so much. Appreciate it, and I'm glad you got a gifted membership.
Yeah, that's what I had to do. I mean, I haven't done it for a little while, just, but that's what I was doing, and that's how I got a gifted membership. So just try it, if you want to.
All right.
Just, press the like button. Maybe that'll help. Press like when you come in, and then do...
There's something I'll agree with. I think
and gifts.
I can tell you.
Maybe that'll work.
I can tell you that YouTube has told me that when you click the like button, it increases your chances of getting a membership on the channel, because one of the factors that does calculate is engagement, and one of the engagement factors is whether or not you click the like button. So that's awesome.
Right.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the little tips. Anything helps.
All right. I love you all.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll see you. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Mike Abel sent a super chat as well. Thank you very much, Mike. That was your first super chat on a live stream. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm honored for that to be me. Let's see. I've gotten gift memberships to channels I never visited. I think once you've turned on that setting, looks like we're coming back to court. Once you've turned on that setting, it counts like across the board. I don't know, because there are channels I've got. I mean, I got gifted memberships to like Law Talk with Mike, which I watch, but I'd never gone in and said I want to be eligible to receive memberships, which I think my membership just expired. I have to check that one. Pronounced Abel. All right. Mike Abel. Got it. Mike Abel. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Sinbad, thank you very much for recruiting. Kelly P, member for 6 months, says, great to be part of a great community. Thank you, Kelly P. Wouldn't be the same without you. Hey, little Larry, how are you doing? Did they get another question? Did we get some more questions? I think we might have some more questions. Gift options for all subscribed channels. Thank you, Regina, for that clarification. My first super chat ever was when you hit 60,000 subs, says the other Jules. That was fun. That was a little bit of a party then. There's the party sound. Sorry if that made people jump. That was a little loud. My fault. Let's see. I will say, if you're using an Apple product, like an iPhone or an iPad, to watch YouTube, and you make purchases either through Super Chat or through a membership gift or something like that, Apple adds a surcharge. It costs more if you use an Apple product. It doesn't change anything for the channel. The amount that we get, it's still YouTube is going to take 30%. The government's going to take 30% from that. So we get just under half of what's donated when there's either a super chat, a gifted membership, or anything like that. But it's a little more expensive, and all of that expense, I think it's 20% more, if I'm right, goes to Apple if you buy through an Apple product. One thing I don't like about Apple, right there. Oh, we missed a milestone message. Let's see. We got Marilyn Scholes, Kelly P. Let me go back a little bit. I might have missed. Things were going really fast there. Just one second. Helena Handbasket, member for 14 months. Oh, my Lanta, how time flies. Love y'all. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Was that the one I missed? I'm sorry about that. Thank you, and congratulations on 14 months. Looks like they have more questions. All right. My daughter just came in to say, dinner's ready, and I'm starving. It's not lobster, by the way. All right. Looks like it's time to bring Mr. Chen back out. The judge is holding some more questions. Looks like we've got more questions from the jury that we're going to be talking about. So let me do a quick count. I stopped counting, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I stopped counting at 22 questions that the jury asked. That's a lot. That's a lot. Hang on. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Good afternoon. This is Caitlin.
Yeah, I can't. I can take a prank call, but not from a robot. Congratulations, Steph. That is awesome. Love to see you with green and the blue courthouse by your name. Make sure everyone who's a new member, type !seat. We do have reserved seating. It's virtual, but it's reserved seating in the front row. You get to sit up with your friends, and it's beautiful. The view is great. Carolyn W., welcome to the gallery. I see that orange courthouse. Longtime supporter of the channel. My new best friend. Thank you. New best friend. Let's see. Caitlin called me earlier, too. She's calling everybody now. How did you know the YouTube was going to stop picking the older subs for gifts? I didn't know. We just saw a trend, and I brought it up with my YouTube manager, my partner manager, the last one. They replace them every 6 months. Do you know that? Like every 6 months you get a new one. Doesn't matter. Even if you like the one you had. It's like, sorry, rotate. And I don't know why, but I brought it up with my manager, and they did indicate that it was... I think the way they said it was that YouTube is trying to get people, well, they're trying to get people to pay, right? YouTube's all about making money. And usually the partner manager, everything they want to talk about is ways that your channel can earn more money. So they're like, well, we noticed that you're not putting ads in your videos, and you make a lot more money if you put ads in your videos. And I said, well, I'm watching court, and I personally would hate it if in the middle of court there was some ad that popped up, and I don't want to do that to people. So I don't do it. Like, but you'd earn more money. And I'm like, but no.
There was a few other jury questions that they had that I missed. So just retake the stand. We'll ask them.
Gunner, maybe have this set back up.
Yes, absolutely.
So we're going back. He missed these questions. Kelly, thank you so much for the gifted membership. They told us that YouTube is trying to encourage people to try out membership, and so that new people are more inclined to get a gift than people who've been there longer. I said, that's not fair. Make it random.
courtroom, read adjourned with the record. Yes, sir.
So more questions for the doctor, or possibly for Kristen Schubert, who's on the stand. It's got to be for the doctor. Karen, just being here is enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, please be seated. Felix, if you were to swear Dr. Cogwell.
Solemnly swear from the front. Solemnly swear from the testimony about the truth, the truth, all the truth. I do.
They just went over the new questions they missed.
Jurors, in my attempts to keep your questions organized in the piles to ask, piles to not ask, I got some in the wrong pile. I just noticed that. So there are a few other questions that you asked that we've talked about, and we're going to ask Dr. Cogwell. So again, Dr. Cogwell, I'll ask the question, but if you could face the jury and answer me, please.
Yes, sir.
Would the substance that made the HPLC test negative interfered with affect the result of the ELISA test, specifically in regards to cannabinoids?
No, it wouldn't. These are, again, two separate tests, and they don't interact with each other. And the reason multiple separate tests are used in toxicology labs is that some substances are more easily identified by one methodology and others by different methodologies. And ultimately, anything that's identified is going to have to be confirmed and quantitated by yet another methodology. So they have multiple tools in their toolbox. And so whatever would interfere with the HPLC is not going to have any bearing on the ELISA.
Do you think the wounds on Jasmine Pace's left hand were inflicted ante or peri-mortem?
Great question.
We have some wounds that are more peri-mortem and some that have more hemorrhage in them. And you've seen those photographs. Particularly the one that actually severs the bone or fractures the bone and goes on to sever the artery. That's going to be a little closer to death, I think, because of the more pale background or cut edge, if you will, that's showing it. Now, there's certainly still some bleeding in that area, so it's not a post-mortem wound, but I think that's going to be closer to peri-mortem. Conversely, stab wounds through the hand, those have a significant amount of hemorrhage associated with them, so they're going to be more ante-mortem. But again, we're kind of on that progression of ante to post, and somewhere along in there, all of these wounds are.
Can you identify the bluish bruise on the victim's forehead near her right temple? Would you like to see a picture of it?
I believe that's associated with, it's sort of a blue-green color, if I'm thinking about that correctly.
Let's get it right.
There's a bit of decomposition there.
Does that help? No.
Yes, if we're looking at this area here, we're actually seeing some decompositional change. In other areas that we don't have a photograph of, you'd see that same greenish-blue discoloration in the right lower quadrant of the abdomen. And that is very frequently seen, in fact, almost universally seen, as you're starting to decompose. And the reason for that is that's the closest that your intestines come to the surface of your body. And so we call that green sign. And the right lower quadrant is the first place that we would see green sign in most cases. Anytime that we're going to have decomposition, it's going to be earliest in wounds because that's where bacteria can get in most easily. And the color will be, to a large degree, dependent on what sort of bacteria is getting in there. Almost universally it's Staphylococcus species because that's what we're covered in right now is Staph epidermidis. So all that is just a little bit of decomp.
What is the shaped line that runs the length of the victim's right posterior side, starting near the right scapula and running down the side in this picture?
I think we're talking about this line right here. That is actually, I believe, an autopsy artifact. I think I have already done the evisceration at that point. So the autopsy itself is a Y-shaped incision, and then the skin is reflected back. And that's just basically where the reflection back stopped.
Did you discover any glass particles or determine if any wounds could have occurred from broken glass?
I discovered no glass particles. Any of these wounds that don't have the classic sort of triangular shape with a blunt edge, etc., they potentially, depending on the shape of the glass, they potentially could be inflicted by glass itself. But the majority of these do have a sharp end to each end, or a blunt and a sharp. So there's nothing that I would say, yeah, this is a glass wound, or this wound was inflicted by glass, as opposed to a knife. These are more consistent with knife wounds as opposed to glass wounds.
Was the time of death determined?
It was not. Legally, the time of death is when found. And that's what goes on the death certificate, etc. The farther you get away from the actual death, the more difficult it is to determine time of death, and in some cases even date of death. So legally, the time and the date are when she was found.
Is it your opinion that the victim's hands and feet were pruning due to the moisture in the bags in the suitcase? Was there liquid inside of the bag?
There was virtually no liquid inside of the bag except condensation and some blood. So the pruning is going to be basically from the condensation inside the bag with the heating and cooling as she's in different environments or different exposures to outside temperatures while in the bag. The bags themselves, obviously being plastic, are going to be impermeable, and so you're going to easily develop a lot of condensation inside those bags.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No, you're not.
Can you recross them based on the jury's questions?
Just briefly. Maybe take that off this week. Dr. Cogswell, you are a forensic pathologist?
Yes, sir.
You're not a forensic toxicologist?
That is correct.
You collected the blood in this case, or at least someone on your staff did?
No, I did.
And it was put in a glass tube stopper?
That's correct.
And you sent it to NMS?
That's correct.
You don't work for NMS?
I do not, no, sir.
Once you send off the blood, you can't guarantee that NMS may have contaminated the blood?
I cannot accept that NMS in any forensic toxicology laboratory that is certified in this country goes through very extensive inspection and review of their policies, procedures, etc. Again, with anything that doesn't violate the laws of physics, etc. It's not impossible that a specimen is contaminated, but NMS is to a large degree, the gold standard for toxicology laboratories. They don't just do forensic toxicology, they also do clinical toxicology and clinical laboratory testing. So it's a very large company with very extensive inspection, regulation, etc. So the likelihood of any contamination is vanishingly remote, and it's as low as you can get in the real world.
But not impossible.
No, it's impossible.
Well, it's not impossible that NMS may have made a mistake.
As
right?
low as you can get
That
in
is
the real
certainly
world.
possible.
And it's and you talked about the certifications, but you don't personally know if the machines that were used to run the blood were properly calibrated.
Actually, I do, because that is part of their inspection protocols and part of the standards. Toxicology is a very rigidly controlled type of operation. And these laboratories, not just forensic toxicology, but also hospital laboratories and clinical laboratories, have multiple different agencies that are looking at what they do, how they do it, and inspecting them frequently to ensure that there is not this sort of this potential for mislabeling, making an error, making calibrations. The instruments themselves have a required set of calibrations that are done before every run of specimens. They don't take Jasmine Pace's specimen and run it separately from everything else. They batch these. They get 100 or so specimens, and they run controls and standards. And the controls and standards before each run of actual toxicology specimen is set up to determine lower limit, upper limit, and where they are on these curves. And these curves are plotted for basically to ensure that the number that they're publishing, that they're reporting, is actually accurate. So is it possible that they made a mistake? Sure. It's completely possible. Is it likely? Absolutely not.
You remember a few years ago, there was the gray test tube stoppers that had the preserver in the bottom, but it didn't have enough of the, I don't remember the chemical name, but it didn't have enough of one of the chemicals in there, so that caused blood to not be able to be preserved. Do you recall that a couple years ago?
I don't, actually.
You don't remember the TBI having an issue with that?
We don't send our cases to TBI, so that would not be something that I would be aware of.
Why don't you send your cases to TBI?
In order for us to maintain name accreditation, that is the National Association of Medical Examiners, all Tennessee forensic centers have to be accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners. In order for us to maintain that accreditation, we have a certain time limit in which to sign out our cases. We can't let them drag on forever unless there's a very good reason for it. Because TBI's toxicology laboratory is, quite frankly, overworked, they cannot turn around the toxicology results in a timely manner in order for us to keep our accreditation. Because of that, we have to send the toxicology specimens out to a laboratory like NMS. And that typically will allow us to get the toxicology results back in time to meet the deadline for getting these cases signed out. So this has been an ongoing problem for the last decade or two. So if the issue with the gray top tubes occurred within the last decade, that would be something, a TBI issue, and we wouldn't have been involved in that at all.
Just one moment.
Sir.
That was a big swing and a miss by the defense. So bad.
Thank you again, Dr. Coxwell.
No, Your Honor. Do you have any further questions for Dr. Coxwell?
At this point, you might want to check with the client, see if he wants to change his plea.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And my apologies for the...
Thanks.
Ken Lowe, Your Honor.
Low.
Somebody mow? Mow? Is there a mow here? You can hear him hollering out in the hallway. Is there a mow here?
Good evening, ma'am. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Special Agent Forensic Scientist Kim Lowe.
Ma'am, you mentioned that your name involves a title of Special Agent Forensic Scientist. Could you please explain that to the jury? What is a forensic scientist special agent?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Knoxville Crime Laboratory doing forensic DNA analysis. So as a forensic scientist, I look at the evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and then obtain a profile and compare it to a non-standard.
How long have you been doing that, ma'am?
20 years now.
20. What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biology from Gettysburg College in Pennsylvania, a Master of Arts in Anthropology from the University of Albany in New York, and then I've had a year and a half of in-house training working cases into each stage of our analysis.
Do you have any experience working in the field beyond the 20 years of experience with the TBI?
I worked as a forensic technician within TBI as well.
So is that part of the 20 years or in addition to?
That's part of the 20 years.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
In what field?
In forensic biology or serology DNA.
Do you have any specialized training in the field of forensic science?
Not specifically in forensic science.
What is DNA, ma'am?
DNA is a unique chemical, a chemical in our bodies that is unique to each individual, except for identical.
Have you ever authored any papers for public or private circulation?
I have done one.
What is that?
It's in anthropology.
Anthropology. How many papers have you authored? Just the one?
Just the one in anthropology.
Is the entirety of your work devoted to the field of serology at this point in time?
Serology or DNA analysis.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Be about 46 times.
In what courts have you testified, ma'am?
I have testified in this one, Knox County, Washington County, Sullivan County, Carter County, Greene County, everything in like eastern Tennessee.
And in what field have you testified as an expert?
Serology, DNA analysis, or forensic biology.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Special Agent Lowe as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
And on serology and DNA analysis as well?
No, in serology, yes, Judge.
But would you recommend to go with forensic biology, forensic serology, and DNA analysis?
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you, if I could, about the case involving Miss Jasmine Pace. Have you been submitted items of evidence for forensic analysis?
Yes, I have.
I'm actually going to go in reverse order here. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 209. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do. It's a copy of the report I released December 6, 2024.
And generally, what does the report cover? What topics?
This report covers the no analysis of all the evidence that I did not test. It's part of our policy to let the customer know what we did not test.
Now, ma'am, what kind of caseload does the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation have in the forensic biology department that you work in?
We get about 40 to 50 cases a month.
40 to 50? And of those 40 to 50 cases, how many items of evidence typically get submitted along with those 40 to 50 cases?
It depends. We get a variety of different types of evidence. So we get some homicides, we get burglaries, we get sexual assault kits, and each of them differ in range per what we receive for each case.
Does that generate a lot of work?
Yes, it does.
Are y'all able to keep up?
Not at the moment.
How long does it take for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to, test hypothetically speaking, a DNA sample along with some known standards?
As in,
if I were to submit a sample today, how long would it take for it to work its way through the system?
To work its way through the system and then get the case reviewed and analyzed, probably about 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Back in 2022, was that the case?
No, it was not.
Okay. What's the difference between now and back in November of 2022?
I think I misunderstood your question. So technically, if you were to submit a case now and you wanted it in the front of the line, it would be about 6 weeks. We still have about a 6-month backlog for violent cases. So for homicides and assaults and so forth, there's still about a 6-month backlog. The sexual assault kits have a lower backlog at the moment.
Okay. If this case were a homicide, it would still take at least 6 months to get items back?
That is correct.
And that's, is it better now than it was in 2022?
I don't remember what it was in 2022.
Are there any policies put in place by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that limits the number of items that can be submitted on a particular case number?
Not necessarily submitted, but items worked.
Items worked, okay. And what is that number, ma'am?
Again, it's different per actual type of case. On a homicide, it's up to 10 probative items. On a sexual assault kit, it's probably the kit. Additional items after that are a case-by-case basis. A burglary is like 2 items. It really depends on what type of case it is.
The report that's sitting in front of you that's labeled 209, is this something that's generated in the regular course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
And is it a report that you yourself generated on or about the 12th day of December 2024?
The 6th day of December.
6th day, I'm sorry, 6th day of December 2024.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit the evidence to a
You judge.
And,
So moved.
may I publish, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Thank you. May I have DVD, Judge? Yes, sir. Ma'am, behind you, I projected up onto the screen a document. Is this the report that's admitted into evidence as 209?
Yes, it is.
Okay. There's a lab case number on it as well as 2 names. What are the names associated with this case?
The listed subject is Jason Chen and the victim is Jasmine Trace.
And in this case, on the left-hand side, there's a series of exhibits, 001E through 001S, with descriptions next to it. What's the significance of exhibit 001A through 001S?
1A through S?
Is that E? I'm sorry, 001E.
These are items that were submitted on the first submission on November 30th, 2022. They came in with other items of evidence. And this is just letting the customer know that I did not work these items of evidence.
Okay, so on November the 30th, 2022, the TBI received the items that we can see on the screen, and the TBI did not work them because they worked other items?
I worked other items, yes.
Okay. So there's been some questions throughout the trial about various items of evidence. I'm now showing you what's been admitted as 154. If that picture shows sweatpants from a washer, that item was not tested but submitted?
It was submitted but not tested.
Okay. And swabs from bedroom molding, 149-2. Again, what was the status of those items?
Those items were not worked.
Okay.
149-1, swabs from light switch north wall.
The
Same.
item, yes, the item was not working.
149-12, swabs from bathroom door molding. 149-5, swab from baseboard north wall. 149-9, swab from bathroom door below lock. 149-11, swab from bathroom door edge. 150-7, swab from bathroom light switch. 001N, swab from doorway, shown in 149-6. Evidence marker 5, collective exhibit 146-2, swab from grout line. Swabs from the living room, shown in 144-3. Swabs from the kitchen floor east of laundry room, 144-8, as well as 150-4, a swab from the stairwell. So all of those items were submitted by the Chattanooga Police Department, but because other items were analyzed, these could not.
I did not analyze these because I did analyze other items from the same area.
With the 10 item limit.
Within the 10 item limit.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as 210. It is a multi-page document consisting of 2 pages. Would you mind familiarizing yourself with that?
This is the first report I released on December 2nd, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. And what does it record?
It's recording the remaining of the items that were received with the other set that was on the last report.
Was an analysis performed on the items shown and reflected on this particular exhibit?
On the exhibits 1A through changes. On those above exhibits, it gives the results of those.
Okay. It does fairly inaccurately depict the results of your examination of various items of submitted evidence.
Yes, it does.
Is it something that's prepared in the regular course of business for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 210.
So admitted.
Published.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, your report consists of 2 pages, and I'm going to break it down here. Up at the top, there is a list of items that you describe as exhibits, 001A, B, C, D, F, P, and T. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you a collection of evidence, and if you could please tell me if this is one of the items that you were submitted in this particular case. First one, which is admitted into evidence as exhibits 162, pupil swabs from Jason Chen.
So yes, it has with the lab number, the exhibit number, and my initials. And for me, it's 001T, which is known pupil swabs from Jason Chen.
Okay. Exhibit 194 to the trial.
194 for me is, again, the lab number, my exhibit number, so 001C, known pupil swabs from Travis Pace.
193
is my 001B, known pupil swabs from Katrina Pace.
Exhibit 196
is exhibit 001B, toothbrush from bag in the pool house.
And exhibit 195, last but not least,
which is 001A, which is the toothbrush from the pool house.
What's a known standard there?
So known standard is something that is swabbed from your mouth, and it's something that is known to you, and actually it will give me a DNA profile to compare back to later.
So what kinds of things can be known standards?
So buccal swabs and mostly blood are actual known standards.
In the event that you don't have access to either buccal swab or actual blood, can other items be used as known standards?
We can go ahead and use something that is routinely known to be used by that individual, so toothbrushes, hairbrushes, combs, brush, and that type of thing.
And specifically, ma'am, Exhibit 195, the toothbrush from the shower. Did you analyze that item to develop a genetic profile?
Yes, I did.
How do you do that?
So on this one, so in this area, I actually use a swab, and I actually swab the bristles of the brush, and then I cut that swab and run through the DNA process.
How do you go through the DNA process?
So the DNA process involves extraction, which I'm going to bust off all the cells that are on that sample. I then plot it to know how much DNA I have. We're looking for 24 different locations on the DNA, and that allows me to amplify to get the appropriate number of DNA to give me the DNA profile.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And you indicate that, did you assign a name to the DNA profile that you developed in this case from that toothbrush?
From 001A, it was the major contributor is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 1.
Now, I'm sorry, there's 2 toothbrushes here. Which profile did you develop for the toothbrush from the shower?
Is unknown female individual number 1.
And what about the toothbrush from the pool house bag?
That is an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2.
Okay. All right. So you assigned, why do you call them unknown female?
Because it's not a known standard, I'm listing it as an unknown individual at the time being until we later get a standard to compare it to see which one it matches.
Okay. Turning now, ma'am, to these particular parts right here. Carpet from west of bedroom, and you then analyzed it down here under the heading of 001F. I will blow it up for the jury. Okay. So when you received items for comparison purposes, what does that mean?
So I receive an evidence item. I go ahead and look at, it's just an item that is finding out whether or not there's any DNA on it, and whether there's serology, so blood, semen, or saliva, and then seeing who that, getting a DNA profile from that to see and compare it back to somebody else.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 142. Go ahead and look at that.
It's my 001F, which is carpet from the west of bed in bedroom.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, was that DNA profile developed from blood on that particular item that you were submitted?
So the testing I did, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2, which is the toothbrush from the bag in the wheelhouse.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 147-3. If you wouldn't mind opening this sample up. I've got gloves over there.
Does that appear to be the same stain pattern that we see in Exhibit 147-3?
It's similar, but I also have my lab number with the exhibit number on the back, so it's identified.
So item number 9 is the item that you tested, which showed the presence of blood and a genetic profile.
That is correct.
Did you receive another item of carpet that you analyzed as part of this initial batch?
Yes, I did.
Maybe it's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 141. Would you mind opening that up? Would you like me to open it? Were you able to develop a genetic profile from this sample? Then I'm now showing you your analysis for 001P, carpet from bedroom-bathroom transition. Was there blood on this item?
Again, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of hemoglobin, a component of human blood.
And what genetic profile was developed from the blood on that piece of carpet?
The DNA profile obtained is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2, the toothbrush from the bag in the toolbox.
Is that the same individual whose DNA was found on Exhibit 9, or Item 9?
Yes, it is.
Now, if the testimony was that that sample of carpet came from the area shown in 146-3, your testing would indicate that the blood on that was unknown female too.
That is correct.
At a later time, ma'am, where you submitted additional items for testing and comparison, specifically July the 11th of 2023.
Yes, they were submitted on July 11th.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 211, pages 1 to 3. Would you familiarize yourself with that?
This is a report, a copy of the report I released on January 25th, 2024.
Thank you. Again, does this fairly and accurately depict your findings and conclusions based upon your analysis of the items submitted?
It does.
Is this a document that's kept in the regular course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory?
Yes, it is.
Sir, I move to admit into evidence Exhibit 211. So, thank you. Ma'am, on this second batch of evidence, were you submitted additional known standards of any individuals?
Yes, I received a known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 174. Have you seen this item before?
Yes, it's got my lab number on it with the exhibit number and my initials as 2A, which is the known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
Were you able to conduct an analysis of Ms. Pace's known standard in blood spot card?
Yes, I was able to get a complete profile.
Thank you. We've also submitted additional items for comparison to known standards.
Yes, I was.
of handing you has been admitted into evidence. Is Exhibit 187, a swab from the full area of bag 1, being a garbage bag. Did you receive that?
Yes, it's my Exhibit 002D, which is swabs from full areas of bag number 1.
Were you able to receive for analysis this item, Exhibit 191, which is described as swab from pair of handcuffs?
It's my Exhibit 2C, so swabs from handcuffs.
How about Exhibit 190, swabs from pair of shackles?
So yes, Exhibit 2B, swabs from shackles.
How about Exhibit 180, a swab from steering wheel?
Has my lab number, Exhibit number 002H, swabs from steering wheel of Chevy Equinox.
Thank you. And what about Exhibit 189, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 3?
Has my exhibit number 002F, so swabs from pulled areas of bag number 3.
What about 188, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 2?
So my exhibit 002E, which is swabs from pulled areas of bag number 2.
What about Exhibit 159, swabs from bedroom undercarpet on subfloor?
002J, swabs from bedroom undercarpet, not listed as item 196.
And what about Exhibit 160, swab from bedroom undercarpet on subfloor?
002I, swabs from bedroom undercarpet for item number 197.
Finally, ma'am, what about Exhibit 186, swab from pull handle of suitcase?
So my 002G, swabs from the suitcase handle.
You received all of those items for testing, analysis, and comparison?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd now like to run through them with you, if I could. Ma'am, you describe a complete DNA profile was obtained for comparison. Once you developed the profile for 002A, which was the blood spot card of Jasmine Pace, what did you do with it?
I then used it to compare back to the 2 unknown profiles that I had from the previous report. And then anything else that I obtained from this current.
So how do you conduct a comparison between genetic, profiles that you have developed?
So I have a developed profile of an unknown female from the first one that shows 24 different locations. And I've obtained a profile from this one that also shows 24 different locations. And so when I look at them together, they should match at every single spot. And so that's how I compare them.
And down in your findings of examination, ma'am, you indicate that in 002, you tested 002B, and it was a indicative of blood. What was item 002B?
There's swabs from the shackles.
So there's blood on the shackles. What does it mean when you put down DNA profile obtained is a mixture of at least 2 individuals?
So the DNA profile obtained from that swab shows that there's at least 2 people present in the profile. So in a general profile, you end up getting 1 sample. At the 1 location, you get 1 from mom and 1 from dad. So you're going to see 2 spots. 2 spots or 1 spot, depending on what you get from mom and dad. In this case, there's a mixture, so it's showing at least 3 or 4 locations at 1 location. So I know that there's more than 2 people present in that one location.
So what's a major contributor and what's a minor contributor?
So a major contributor is someone who's going to be contributing more of the DNA, so they're stronger, and the minor contributor is a weaker component and contributing less.
So could you compare DNA analysis to kind of listening for the strongest signal, if you will? So you have two DNA profiles, correct, on a particular item. The one with more DNA is going to have a stronger presence as far as your instrumentation can detect?
Yes, it's going to be showing a higher peak presence than it would be for the smaller one.
And the higher peak presence kind of overpowers the smaller sample. Would that be fair?
It depends on what type of sample it is, on what you're looking for. So bodily fluids will overpower like touch samples.
So blood on, for instance, the shackles would overpower touch DNA from the person who may have placed them there.
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. So what do you mean when you say that a person is excluded as a contributor of the major profile?
It means that person is not there. They are not matching at any of the locations.
Okay. Could they be a contributor of genetic material that is a minor profile?
If I have said the minor contributor profile is available for comparison, then I can look at it, but if it's inconclusive, I can't compare it to it.
And in this case, were you ever able to develop a minor contributor profile?
I was not.
Moving on.
So no bombshells here in this DNA stuff.
It's
Jasmine's blood on the carpet. It's Jasmine's DNA on the toothbrush.
In 002C, which is described as swabs from handcuffs, what did your testing reveal?
Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, was not performed at this time. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. And then the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Can you explain that last sentence for us?
The last sentence is the stat statement with it, so it essentially choosing somebody else in the room, would that person actually match that profile? And in this case, it is not. It's greater than the world population, which is at current 8 million people.
And why is that important in DNA analysis and comparison?
It's giving weight to the statement that it matches a certain person.
So, in essence, for it not to be a match for Jasmine Pace, it would have to be an astronomically high number.
That is correct.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Moving on to 002D, which is described in the report as swabs from the garbage bag. Your testing indicated the presence of blood, and whose profile was developed on the garbage bag swab 002D.
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this DNA profile is 1 in a number greater for the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Saying that there's a high confidence level in Jasmine Pace's DNA being on the garbage bag that contained her.
On those box cards.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to 002E. Swab from hold area of bag 2. Did your testing again indicate the presence of blood?
It presumptively indicated the presence of blood.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from the garbage bag number 2, the middle garbage bag?
Yes, I was.
And whose DNA is that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace, and therefore Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 previous populations.
Okay, you're saying you're highly confident that Jasmine Pace's blood was on the garbage bag that contained her.
That is correct.
002F. which is described as swab from hold area of bag 3, the innermost bag. Ma'am, what should the testing indicate?
Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 populations.
Again, high probability that Jasmine Pace's DNA was on the garbage bag, which contained her.
That's correct.
Moving on to 002G, which is the swab from suitcase handle. Could you please tell us
this will be good.
what your findings were in conclusion as it related to your analysis of the swabs from this handle?
So testing with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, to the result not meeting the detection threshold. So in this instance, we're at the quantification stage, and it's trying to let me know how much DNA is present. And it's saying that there's not enough to even say that there's human DNA presence. It's inconclusive, so I didn't do any further testing.
Bottom line, there's just not enough there for you to be able to conduct an analysis to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Not for lack of trying, though.
Yeah, I extracted it.
Thank you. How about 002H, swab from steering wheel?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture from at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. So I was able to obtain a profile on this that is a mixture, but because it was so limited and a mixture, I wasn't able to actually take anybody out of there to say who was present.
So you couldn't parse out the 2 DNA samples that were contained on the steering wheel swab?
That's correct.
There's just too much interference from both of the profiles?
That or there's not enough DNA present to see, and it's both in one.
Okay, thank you. Is that common to happen with touch DNA, ma'am?
It's not unheard of.
Okay, thank you. And finally, ma'am, there's 3 items, 002I, J, and 003A. And 002I are swabs from under carpet, which is item 197. So it's CPD item 197. 002J, again, are swabs from under the carpet. And a backer board, cement backer board. Were you submitted those items for testing?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform an analysis on them?
I did not.
Why did you not perform an analysis on those 3 items?
So I had already worked the 2 carpet samples from the bedroom.
And we'll get to that in just a moment.
Oh.
But you worked the analysis from the 2 carpet samples that we have right here. Okay. I'm sorry, continue without saying what the results were.
And then, therefore, I made a connection there, but I didn't need to, so therefore I didn't need to go ahead and work more evidence from that center.
Now let's talk about these 2 carpet samples. Okay. Going to the first page of your report. I'm going to zoom in right here. After you received Jasmine Pace's known blood standard, did you go back and conduct an analysis and compare it to the genetic profiles that you developed from these 2 pieces of carpet?
I did.
And what was the results of that examination?
So the carpet from the west end of the bedroom, which is my 001F, the DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who will be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in the number greater of the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So would it be fair to say that your analysis of 001P, the transition from the carpet that we see here, okay, and in the crime scene photograph 01463 is no longer unknown female 2. We can say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that this is Jasmine Pace's blood.
Yes.
Nothing surprising yet. A couple things that were interesting. We didn't get the results on the steering wheel, the handle of the suitcase.
Turning now to the
no bombshells in
other
the DNA
sample of carpet, Exhibit 142. Carpet from west of bed and bedroom. Did you go back and compare the genetic profile that you developed on this previously with the known standard from Jasmine Pace?
I did, but I have to clarify something. I just read 001F the previous time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So 142.
I read just now.
Okay, when you read just now. It's Jasmine Pace's DNA?
Yes, it is.
And what about on the transition piece?
The transition piece, the DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace.
I'm sorry.
The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So there's a high degree of certainty that that's Jasmine Pace's blood?
Correct.
On both samples?
That is correct.
Bless you. Twice. Jasmine's blood is on the carpet. I think we all knew that already.
No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
The state's done with their line of questioning. See if defense takes a long time. It's already 6:30. Still have to figure out what day this weekend we're going to be working. We know it's not Sunday. It might be Saturday or Monday.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Bloom. My name is Amanda Morrison. One of the things that I wanted to go through with you is the policy related to the tenderness. Could you tell the jury about that?
The policy around the testing?
Yes.
It's to, for homicide testing, it's up to 10 probative items to be able to work to make a connection.
Okay, and so is that an actual policy within your manual at the TC Bureau of Investigations?
It may be a memo that is in policy.
Is there a way around that policy?
If you have that, if there's a reason, you gotta have a good reason on why things want to be worth more than that.
Okay, and how, if there is a reason, can the policy be changed a little? Can more than 10 items be tested?
Yes.
Has that happened?
In other cases, yes.
Was there a request for additional items to be tested in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
Going through your honor, may I have the on cam here? Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 210 behind you here. Is it fair to say that the number of items that were submitted to you, I'm sorry, this is not very bright, let me brighten it up here. Try.
Is the lamp on?
I feel like I'm failing at an eye test when I look at that.
Thank you. Does that make it easier to see behind you?
Yep.
Okay. How many items were submitted to you in that? 7?
In this exhibit, on 12-2, there were actually more than these that were submitted. The remainder were submitted that were on the other report.
Okay, so on this report, though, this shows the items that have actually had testing conducted on them, correct?
That is correct.
So 7 items within this list.
It does not include standards.
Okay, and so the standards would include Travis Pace, Katrina Pace, and Jason Chen.
Correct, so that include those 3.
Okay, and then you issued this first report that was shown by General Moyle, marked as Exhibit 209. This report was not issued until December 6th of 2024.
Yes.
Okay. What was the delay in issuing the report that there would not be testing completed on these items?
So when I originally received the case to work, I thought I would go back and work other ones until the other items came out. And our policy does state that we had to let the customer know what we did not work. And so I had to write the report up and release it to let them know what I didn't work.
Okay, in one of your reports specifically, I'll go back to a different report, 211, is the exhibit number here. This report was issued in January, which was approximately 11 months previously. And you actually listed in here that you weren't going to be doing examinations on certain items at the end of this report, correct?
Correct, on the items that were submitted on this, in this submission.
Okay, and these items were submitted, and I'll show you the dates, November 30th of 2022, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the items that were not tested in Exhibit 209 were also submitted to you November 30th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. What was the basis, again, for not submitting your report of the additional non-test until 11 months later?
So at the time, I was going to work more, and then when I got this, I worked the second set first. I'm sorry, I worked the second set, and then did not end up working more evidence. And then prior to court, I noticed that I hadn't written up the previous no exam report.
And you mean private, or just prior to this trial starting, correct? Within the last 45 days?
No, in December.
Okay.
I noticed it when I got a subpoena.
It's January of 2025 now, correct?
That's right.
And you issued this last report in December of 2024, so
That's
just
correct.
about 45 days ago, correct?
About how long?
45 days ago. December 6th, we're down to the 16th.
Yeah.
She's like, yep, I was busy.
There was questions posed to you by General Moyle about the contributors that were seen in your reports, Exhibit 211, which is your report that was issued on January 25th of 2024. The major contributors is listed as Jasmine Pace, correct? And I'll break this down. 001F, that was specific to Jasmine Pace's DNA profile that you received, correct?
The 001F is from the carpet.
Okay.
And so I was comparing it back.
And so you went back and you were able to see, was she the contributor for the carpet?
She was the only contributor for the carpet, yes.
And you're talking about the 2 small pieces that were submitted by CPD, which are Exhibits 142 as well as Exhibit 141, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a second walkthrough by CPD in January of 2023 where they recovered this large piece of carpet. You received swabs of that carpet, correct?
I received swabs from a carpet. I didn't know it was that carpet.
Did you have conversations with Investigator Crawford about the significance of having the second set of carpet tested?
I did not.
But he and the state received notice that you had not tested this carpet in January of 2024, correct?
For that one, correct.
And that's Exhibit 211, right? And you swabs the swabs from under the carpet, which is item 197, is Exhibit 0002I and 0002J is for the bedroom under the carpet, the swab from the bedroom under the carpet, correct?
That's correct.
And if we go to page 3 of your report, that's where it shows 002I and 002J, no examinations were performed.
That's correct.
Could this have been requested under your memo to have it tested anyway?
It can be requested. It has to be passed by the supervisor and managers who agree to go ahead and work for it.
Now, these 3 reports, does that encompass all of the exhibits or evidence that has been submitted to you by CPD?
Yes, it does.
So, if there's van tennis shoes, sanitary pads, blue jeans that are not on these reports, you didn't receive them, correct?
That is correct.
So, is it your testimony you didn't receive a request to test blue jeans that had suspected blood on them?
I did not receive any clothing.
Okay. No clothing at all?
There were sweatpants from the house.
In the laundry room, correct? And that's actually listed on Exhibit 209 as your first listed exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No testing done on those then?
Correct.
You were not requested to do testing of, I know it's technically a piece of clothing, but tennis shoes located outside of a dumpster, correct?
I did not receive tennis shoes.
Okay. Did you receive a request to test a sanitary pad?
No, I did not.
In the items that you have on your reports, you have notes that says Jason Chen is excluded. And I'll show you this as a contributor to a profile. For example, under 002B, and let me start over. This is Exhibit 211. This is your report that's issued January 25th, 2024. And I'm on page 2 of 3 of that report. Halfway down the page, we'll start at the quarter, 002B, there's a paragraph that says Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor to the major profile. What does that mean?
It means that his DNA profile does not match who the major contributor is in that mixture.
And you had a contribution from him through the buccal swabs, correct?
Correct.
Was he a major contributor in any of the testing that you've done?
That was the only one I think we had a mixture on that I was able to say anything about, so no, he was not.
Now I'm going to direct you down to 002D. His name's at least mentioned here as well, but it again says he's excluded as a contributor to that profile as well, right?
That is correct.
002E, second paragraph within that section, Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor?
Correct.
Are we really just rehashing that wasn't his blood? Seems like a weird line of questioning for defense who admitted in their open that he did it.
Ms. Lowe, I believe that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Jury up or first redirect?
Based on the questions, you were asked how many submissions there were. And I think counsel said all these items were submitted on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall questioning to that?
Yes.
And an assertion of fact that everything was submitted on November the 30th of 2022?
There was a batch on November 30th. There was a second batch.
Oh, so in fact there were multiple requests to test items submitted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It wasn't just one request, was it?
No, there were two.
The Chattanooga Police Department sent 2 batches of evidence for analysis.
They did.
Of which only some of the items on these 2 reports were tested.
That is correct.
Within the 10-item limit.
Correct.
In fact, ma'am, more items for comparison were not tested despite being submitted.
That's correct.
You would agree that every piece of evidence has potential DNA evidence on it, correct?
It has some form of DNA evidence on it.
Sure. You see this giant pile of brown paper bags here?
I do.
What if every single item was submitted to DPI Crime Lab on every single case?
I may still be working it.
Would you ever be able to
I'd still be working it.
It would be very limited resources to complete everything.
The decision to conduct further testing of swabs that came from under this sample of carpet, was that in no small part based on the fact that Miss Jasmine Pace's blood was found mere inches from a very large, and I know you haven't had the opportunity to see this, Special Agent, so I'll help you out.
She can't answer this if she hasn't been to the crime scene.
Assuming these two pieces of carpet are connected to each other, does it not stand to reason that the swabs that came from under this very large stain adjacent to the piece of carpet that you matched the genetic profile to Miss Jasmine Pace, that they're one and the same?
If it's from the same one, I can't tell you what DNA was left behind in that one spot because it's not the spot I tested.
Sure. But does it stand to reason that it's likely
It's a possibility.
Yeah, they don't. That's the wrong question to ask a DNA analyst.
Very, very good. Just to clarify, you received a swab of this carpet and the padding, but you were not able to conduct testing, or you did not conduct testing, correct?
I received swabs from the floor, I think, from under the carpet.
Okay.
So I did not test those swabs.
Okay, and you have not been submitted any piece of this carpet, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you can't say that those swabs would have given DNA for Jasmine Pace, correct?
I don't know. I did not test those swabs.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Jury, do you have any questions for Agent Lowe?
The jury's wanted this DNA information. Let's see if they got all the answers they were hoping for. The way they're still looking over the jury, looks like there's still at least a couple questions. Not as many as with the previous witness, or the 1-2 back. Is that right? Nice white suit. I like it. Bailiff's looking sharp. Everyone's having to walk around to the evidence in the middle of the room. It's taken up most of the courtroom well.
The jury has a question, so I'm going to ask it if you can face them and answer it, please. Who decides which pieces of the evidence are actually tested by the DPI?
So the analyst does. I do. I ended up looking at what was there, and noticing that most of the swabs originally came from the bedroom or the bathroom. So I tested the items of evidence that were closest to the bedroom and the bathroom to start with.
Can you redirect based on the jury's question?
No, Your Honor.
Can you recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That is terrible. She decides what to test and what not to test based on what she thinks the case is. What? TBI. TBI. You might have a TBI.
That's one you're going to hear today. We talked briefly about this earlier. I'm going to ask you tomorrow morning. I did get your note about not working on Sunday. We're definitely going to work Saturday. Monday is a federal holiday. If any one of you wants to take it off and not work on MLK Day, I understand. You're the one that's going to answer the question whether we work on Monday or not. All of you are willing to work on Monday, we will be too. Any one of you doesn't want to, we won't, and we'll work Saturday, take off Sunday and Monday, and come back Tuesday.
Well, I guess I can work on the bathroom next week.
And I'll ask you tomorrow morning. And that helps us know early so the Sheriff's Department can schedule deputies early. Once again, before we leave, just must remind you that I have a mission not to talk about this case among yourselves or the media. With that, I will see you tomorrow morning.
Wow. We're working the weekend. Well, not Sunday, but we're working Saturday and possibly Monday. I think a good indicator of whether the jury likes being sequestered will show up on whether they want to work on Monday or not. If they say yes, they do not like being sequestered. I'm willing to bet that we have a one-day weekend. Rare court Saturday. Seen a couple things in this case we don't normally see. That sequestered jury.
Tomorrow, please do. Tomorrow is arraignment day. We have a lot on. We'll start the jury trial at 10 tomorrow. We get as much stuff done from our regular docket as we can. As you know, there's a lot happening on arraignment day, but we will stop at 10 for this jury trial. Y'all heard the jury's preferences to work on Saturday and take off Sunday. Is there anything about Monday that would conflict with anything that the state or the defense wants?
Mr. Chen's like, yeah, I had plans.
Keep in communication on this, and we'll try to see Laura at 10.
I'm just trying to prepare. I think the state's going to close. I want to have, if we're going to put out witnesses, have it ready. So,
sorry, what?
I'm just trying to prepare for tomorrow. So if the state intends to close tomorrow, I don't want there to be, I'm going to attempt to not be a large gap in time between the state closes and when state or defense group over.
The indication I got is they are likely going to close tomorrow, whether that's morning or afternoon, I don't know. Just get with them and we'll take up the motions we need to take up after they close. And if you want to put on any proof at that time, we can get into it tomorrow too. Sure. All right, thanks.
And with that, the court's adjourned. They're going to start at 10 tomorrow. It's going to be a late start, but we're working the weekend. There's your trade-off. Late start tomorrow is because the court has some other business to attend to, arraignments and things like that have to be done. Let me just quickly see if I can get this done here. New tab. Straight into the Not Relevant podcast. The Not Relevant podcast starts in an hour, you guys. It starts in an hour. We've actually already got the link. We're going to portal over to it, but it doesn't start for an hour. So let's see here. News today, yes, SpaceX Starship test launch. It ended in a shower of sparks in the sky over the Caribbean. Just so you know, I think that's the first big loss that the SpaceX has had in their program in quite a while. They've been quite successful with their endeavor. Endeavor is probably the wrong word to use there, but with their efforts. Let's see, which is, only an issue for the two astronauts who were stuck up in the space station who were expecting to do, an 8-day stay, and they've been there for 8 months. So they want to come home. That would be nice. It would be nice. All right, Red Pen, I'm trying to make this work, and it's not working very well. I'm trying. I'm pretty sure I can give Red Pen authorization to post links, like just you, Red Pen, just you. Bum, 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 bum. Like it's approved. Demoderation. Approved users. Paste the channel URL of the user to be added as an approved user. I think. Let's see. No, I'm not sure I can. I'd have to make you a mod, Red Pen, which I'm not sure you would like that. So, all right. Here's where we are. We have had I'm shopping for parts over here on the side. We've had a quite an interesting day with questions, and it's been a quite impactful day. Since we have a late start tomorrow, And since we have the podcast in 1 hour tonight, I'm going to save our recap till tomorrow morning. Little R.A. made you fish sticks. She did. She made me fish sticks, and I ate them. They were delicious. And Mrs. R.A. made me taco soup with those little. It's like a roll, but it's normally like biscuits with biscuits. I've been sitting here for a long time. I need a break. We need a break before the podcast. The podcast starts in a little while, so please stick around for that. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And Red Pen isn't mean enough to be a mod. Yes, Red Pen, send the link to Amber. It's the link for the video. I've got to take a break before the podcast. I've got some things to get done. I just found out I'm working the weekends. I'll have to adjust some schedule things that way. So tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile, someone make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in 1 hour with the Not Relevant podcast right here on this channel. Please stick around tonight. It'll be a lot of fun. You guys are amazing. We'll see you guys. Bye.
In front of the Walmart.
Hello? Hello? They hung up. Sorry, guys.